Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you a weekend live stream. Maybe one of the quickest weekend live streams that we, more than likely have directly on this platform. So, as the title states, we have Black and Brown Unity question mark and Africans teaching Black Americans and more. So, I guess let me just swap it directly over to the quote unquote black or brown unity. So the video that we're going to both look directly over, it's about a good 10 minutes. You'll see two girls, one who is Hispanic, the other one we can just put her as unknown. And there's going to be a conversation that's going to be had where another gentleman who is melanated is complaining about the Hispanic girl basically, getting up and stretching. Other individuals online have basically stated that the Hispanic girl was, kicking the guy's seat. And also, he started recording after she started recording him. And we're going to also see a Hispanic male come out of nowhere and start swinging, basically starting and instigating the fight. So let's look directly at what it. What's up, concern, and what is up, Gail? Good morning. What is it morning? Good afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
But I can't say nothing. Okay, so don't worry about me stretching my legs. You're mad weird. You did though. You were like, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm not bothering you." And that's the third time you had to turn around and talk to me. And you're bothering me though. You keep turning around to talk to me behind you. I'm not anywhere. Okay, so don't argue. I can record you just as much as you're recording me.
So the girl that you see right here is the friend, I guess,
I have
of the
not once
Hispanic girl.
disrespected you at all. All I said was leave me alone because that's the third time you turn around and try to tell me something on the train. I don't even know what you're saying, bro. How about you take off the mask and talk?
What's up, Bushido and Still?
Well, clearly you do, because that's the third time you turn around and tell me what I'm doing is weird. Like, I'm just trying to stretch my legs, bro. We're on here until 8 o'clock at night. Like, you're the one recording me. You're literally the one who turned around and made it a whole big deal talking about something. Why are you doing that? You're mad weird. Okay, so don't care. I don't know why you're still recording me, telling me I look weird. Okay, all right. Okay, we can go until we get to Penn Station. I'll record you the whole way. How I'm dumb because I want to stretch my legs. No, I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. So what is your point? What exactly is your point? Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay, but your camera's all in my face. Okay.
What is happening?
So before we get there, right? So the friend is basically, recording. She didn't turn it to the other side of the camera so we can just see the engagement and everything that was happening there. She decided it was like, oh, I'm just gonna have the camera on me and just record that way, and I'm gonna act like I'm not even a part of the situation. The Hispanic girl that you were able to hear, she had all of this, oh, I can do whatever it is that I want, rah, 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 you're the one acting weird, and this, that, and the third, and all these other types of things, right? Now, I want you to understand that for the first 2 minutes, she was acting all brave and bold. Nowhere in her voice did you hear her basically fearing for her life. You didn't hear her being scared. You didn't hear her being afraid. You didn't hear her like Lois Lane, help, help, Superman, help, help. You didn't hear none of that, right? She was standing up for herself, her 10 toes down, right? Directly in the dude's face, rah, 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 right? Now, this is what happens when Captain Simp comes directly along.
What is happening?
doing that.
Get out of my face, boy.
Stop doing that.
Ain't about that life.
What?
Well, you being ignorant. You sitting there fighting over your little female. You doing extra.
You recording me?
Extra. Whatever. You making it seem. You don't want to phone on me. Now you crying.
He was bothering me the whole time.
Excuse me.
What's this?
What you saying? What you saying about it?
Somebody gonna get somebody?
It's a wrestling match at this moment.
You recording me, bro?
So what? I can do what I want.
What's happening?
Them two?
Okay, so you did the stupid.
That's a Hispanic girl right there recording.
Now you're mad. What happened? Yep, I'm gonna do this again.
I'm okay, thank you. I literally wasn't doing anything. I was just...
This is crazy work.
Hispanic girl was already trying to play victim, getting the voice ready. Here we go.
You okay?
Gracias.
Llamado al tipo este.
Sí, ahorita viene, creo que alguien lo fue a llamar. Oh my God. I was just trying to stretch my legs. He kept recording me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let me tell you. This is what I be talking about, dog. Like, yo, the moment in time I first saw this video and I saw how mouthy she was the first part, I'm like, yeah, it's only a matter of time before she starts turning into a victim. And here we go. Ain't nobody put hands on her. Nobody touched her. Like I said, the whole first 2 minutes of this video that I showed you, of this 10-minute video clip, whatever you want to call it, she was talking all big and bold. I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever. Da 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 da. Right? She was standing 10 toes. She wasn't crying. She wasn't tearing up. But now the moment in time that she gets a little bit of validation for something, the dude turn around. Even before he turned around, somebody in the background she was talking to, I was just, and then as soon as the dude turned around, she was like, oh, he's attractive. Oh my God, he's a villain. You saw what he was trying to do to me. He was about to try to put his head. Like, she was doing all of these theatrics, man. All of these theatrics. All of these theatrics. And like I said, the only perspective that you basically have, nobody has the perspective of what the guy that's being put in a headlock, nobody has his perspective. We only got the perspective of the girl and then this random dude. And again, I want to also note this dude ain't actually random. So this leads me to believe that this is some type of setup that was more than likely put together by the main three participants, which is the one girl, the friend that was recording, the Hispanic girl directly there, and then the other guy that you see trying to, you know, put the other guy in a headlock, right? But let's just continue.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm okay. Thank you. I don't get off until
They're right there.
Oh, hey. Break it up. Break it up. Get him off me.
Get him
Let
bro.
go. Both of you. Right now. Get off me. You came over here in the Both of you let go. Right now.
I let go, bro.
This is over. Get off of me. Sorry, you gotta let go.
off.
Both of you gotta let go. Tell him to get off me. Still came over here so
He was trying to help me. He was recording me. He was recording me the whole time. He was recording me the whole time. He came and helped me because nobody was doing anything. He was recording me for no reason.
I don't care about none of that.
I have the whole video on my phone. I was standing here.
Go over up over there. We're gonna separate this real quick. You go up there. You go up there. You too, buddy. We're gonna move up this way. You take him back to the court car.
And he stole my phone. Stole his phone. Stole my phone. No. He stole his phone. Stole his phone.
We're gonna figure that out. Right now, I need you to come with me.
He stole my phone.
Separate you guys.
I'm here.
Figure that out.
Yo, he gotta give me my phone back. Yo, he's a thief. He stole my phone.
Leave him alone.
Word to my dad, he stole my phone. Can you go get my phone?
You're gonna meet him again. We're gonna have
Can you go get my phone?
We need to figure that out right now.
All right.
I need you to go back there.
Can you go get my phone? Thief. Spanish people stealing. Racist. Out of here, man. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Yo, bro. I'm not jacking it. I'm not jacking it. You stealing? Okay, and I need my phone. I need my phone. He's not getting off this train without my phone. He's not getting off the train. You stealing phones now? That's crazy. And she probably got it. I don't know.
Have your phone, bro.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. I'm not leaving nowhere the location
Nah,
where
she
my
might have
phone.
his light Timmy
This
type
dude
of
just
voice.
scratched me and bit me and all types of shit. What are you talking about? No. Hell. Hell. Hell no. Yeah, I want to see my phone. I gotta see my phone. I'm checking right here. I'm checking my phone. I'm checking for my phone. I'm checking right here.
You already checked there.
It doesn't matter. I can check again. Yo, you see what this dude went on my phone?
I did not.
You didn't see nothing, right?
Nothing.
That's crazy.
So let me just pause it right there, right? So the very first girl that he spoke directly to, he was like, "Yo, so you didn't see nothing?" Again, he's talking, real calm, polite, directly to her, and she's acting like she's recording the whole thing. This is directly from her point of view, from her camera, and she's like, "Yeah, I ain't seen nothing." Word, you didn't see not a thing that's set up there. Again, black and brown unity does not exist. For all intents and purposes, for just talking about this video. So again, for anybody who sit up and say that black and brown unity is a thing, no, it is not. No, it is not, because we literally just saw what just took place and what happened. We see who it is, whose side that everybody is directly taking. The Hispanic male that decided to, instigate and start fighting and throwing fists. Again, the dude that you see in the do-rag, he was not the one that threw any type of fights. He didn't assault anybody. He didn't do none of that. He was literally assaulted first multiple times for no reason over a conversation that didn't have nothing to do with the other dude that just was able to walk off. And now his phone is missing. And the train conductor's like, "All right, we'll figure that out after." What are you talking about after? By the time you try to figure out after, everybody who's a part of the situation is gone. Like, that's crazy to me, but let's keep going.
But you seen him swing, right? You seen him swing over here, right? I ain't come to this dude. Weirdo.
Now, I can't say if she was a black woman or not. She is. She's melanated. Oh, let me pause it real quick. See, this is the the comments that I love. Somebody said he never had a phone. This is how ignorant a lot of people are, because I know people just come up, but I just wanted to highlight this comment because earlier on in the video, the Hispanic girl sat up there and said that why are you recording me? And he responded, he was like, because you recorded me. So how is he recording? If we clearly see that he don't got no Ray-Bans on, he don't got no Meta glasses on, how else would he be recording anything? Captain Obvious, dunce. How would he be recording anything? Crazy work though. Like I said, it's I love it though. I love when people pull up to the scene being stupid. It's beautiful work. Keep pulling up though.
I mean, I don't know. Did it fall off over here?
It was. He stole it. He swung. He was doing all this gripping. He grabbed it. I know one of them got that phone. I know one of them got my iPhone. I know one of them.
What you said?
Can you please attend to that, please?
Well, I think we're gonna have to get the cops involved. We're gonna have to get the
Either
cops
way,
involved.
but I understand that. But can you please? Because I don't know where they're gonna move with it, hide it, or all that other.
All right. For now, we're coming in the station stop. We gotta do our station work. Why don't you come back with me over here?
I'm not leaving this area because my stuff was.
So let me just pause right here. So this is another problem, right? So you had two men that had a fight, right? There was a disturbance. So now the men were separated that we were clearly able to see, correct? One of the conductors, the one with the ponytail, he was with, the quote unquote black guy, right? Cool, no problem. The other conductor, the fat guy, he was supposedly with the Hispanic male that, instigated and that commenced the attack, right? You would think that they would keep everybody separated and make sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be, so that if the police are called, then they can get the police report and everything police report can be made and the whole situation can now go to the proper authorities. But that is not what's happening. What you clearly see here is that both of the train conductors came directly back, and now they're only at one person. So if, as this man stated, his phone was stolen during the whole, scuffle, and he can't seem to find it, you're now allowing the thief to basically walk off. You're also allowing the same person who caused the disturbance on the train to basically leave. You're not basically securing the situation to make sure the violent thug that originally set up there and started this whole thing is, apprehended. You're allowing him to go, and you want to focus on somebody who is more darker complected because you view him, right, because of how it is that you're psychologically trained and conditioned. You view him as a criminal. You view him as the antagonist. You view him as the problematic one. Again, and not even just on this video. I can look directly in my comment section, and I'm looking at that right now. And it's crazy looking at a lot of people, write whatnot or whatever. But I'm like, don't we have a draft that's about to come up at this moment in time? Since people want to sit up there and what was the name of this article that I got? Here is who and isn't impacted by the United States military draft. So the white folks that's pulling directly up to the scene, make sure your kids are signed up. I expect to see your kids on the front lines. Since y'all want to pull up to the scene, talking crazy directly in these comment sections. Has somebody up here talking about this dude got the bird flu. He just blew his nose and da-da. You guys got to turn on to go directly to war and start wars. Y'all really know how to keep things going, don't you? Shout out to your administration. Shout out to the white powers that be, because obviously your kids are going to be on the front lines. Like I say, you better make sure your kids are signed up for that draft. While you're up here, you want to try to stereotype and be in this comment section talking crazy. Make sure you got your kids signed directly up. Your kids are the first ones on the line. Right, because white people, what y'all say? Y'all own America, y'all built it, y'all modernized it, you made America what it is, right? America is a white country, right? So make sure all of your white kids are directly on the front lines. All 18 through 25 of them on the front lines. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Somebody said, Cole said, you're assuming that he just walked off after. Wait. You're assuming he just walked away after getting off the train. Knowing the fact of how I'm not sure if you've ever been on a train before, but I've been on a train. 9 times out of 10, when things like this happen, the two white guys that you see here that are only paying attention to the darker complected individual, yeah, that's what tends to happen. So you know what that means? That means that the other person gets to walk off the train. That means that nothing's going to happen to them. Like I said, I've been on trains before. I've seen stuff like this happen. So I'm talking from experience, but I guess you wouldn't know nothing about that. Just saying. That's crazy. Somebody said, why are black people the first ones in line for welfare? You know, when it deals with Social Security and welfare, the first two people directly on those are white. So I'm a little bit confused. It was originally made for y'all. I'm a little bit confused. It's crazy how people want to pull up to and we just actually had a live stream going over that, you know, a few months back. And the craziest part is when it dealt with both of these, originally the first person on welfare was actually a white male. But then they opted to put a white woman as the front cover directly of that. And then when it dealt with the Social Security, it was all right, we got, you know, a white dude. It's crazy work, though. It's crazy. It's diabolical how, you know, people always want to pull up to the scene and say some crazy stuff. Diabolical work. Just because stations have cameras doesn't mean that people automatically get caught. Like, you basically live in. I'm guessing that you must not even be from the United States. But anyways, there are places across the United States which are pretty much cameras, and crime still happens. People still get away. So just because there are cameras there doesn't automatically mean that people are getting caught. I'm a little bit confused there. We're not completely under a surveillance state at this moment in time like China. Now, if you would have said that this was China, yeah, you got it. 100%. 100%. If you try to do something there, especially within those main areas, yeah, you're getting caught within at least about less than 10 minutes. You're automatically getting caught. You know? It's crazy work. Somebody said, just the truth, all blacks are on welfare. Really? Really? Oh, Cole, you're in the UK. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. Why am I not surprised? So why am I not surprised? There's always somebody from the UK, you know, talking some not. Why am I not surprised, right? And then you got somebody still on this whole welfare thing. You know, it's the craziest part where you got a lot of folks that like to, you know, say stuff about Black Americans and how Black Americans don't got this and Black Americans are nothing and all this other type of stuff. But yet, whenever conversations happen, people always want to start talking about Black Americans. I'm like, you could be talking like you got the whole thing with Iran and the United States going on. You opt not to use whatever little bit of intelligence, whatever two, you know, little bits of brain cells that you got to rub those together to come through with a critical thought on that situation. No. You don't want to deal with that. You don't want to deal with, you know, a lot of countries trying to become a surveillance state. You don't want to deal with a lot of the main branch banks in a lot of countries getting taken away and all you're left with ATMs. You don't want to deal with that. You don't want to deal with a disease X or anything like that. Your main thing is like, let me just sit up here and talk about the blacks. Let me just talk about the blacks. And like I said before, you say you're just speaking truth because that's the only thing that your brain can comprehend is just focusing directly on Black Americans. We're the most important people directly in your small mind. You can't even comprehend and focus on the fact of how America is basically being taken over by another country. America is basically doing the bidding of another country. You don't want to talk about that because you don't actually have the brain cells to interact with that conversation. So you devolve directly into like, let me talk about the blacks. Let me talk about the blacks. Oh, you said I'm on welfare? Prove that I'm on welfare. I love this part. Prove to me right now that I'm on welfare. Prove to me that I'm on welfare. Like, that's the obsession that we talk about that a lot of these folks basically have. You hide behind a computer screen, you hide behind some random picture, and you want to sit up here and start talking about Black Americans. Now, mind you, while I just said that, somebody's gonna be like, well, aren't you just sitting up here hiding behind a computer screen just talking? But I've shown my face before. If you want to see my face, you can go directly out there and look for it. It's directly on the channel. So again, just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Somebody said, Seji, are you a Democrat? I don't know what I am. You let me know. Like I said, we got one person automatically thinks that all black people are on welfare. Another person said that because I'm black, I'm automatically on welfare. And now you're asking if I'm a Democrat. I mean, y'all tell me. I mean, obviously, you're the ones that have you're Miss Cleo. Y'all got the crystal ball. Oh, Miss Cleo, call me now. For your free psychic tarot card reading. Right. Y'all doing all of this stuff in the comment section. So obviously, y'all got the answer. I'm not sure why y'all even asking me questions. Y'all already have your assumptions before y'all come directly up here. So it's a little bit weird to me. Y'all grown adults. Y'all fully grown adults. You sit up here, already got your assumptions, already got your pre-written scripts on what it is that I am, but you still want to, pull up to the scene and proceed to ask a question. That's crazy. And now you want to sit up here and say that I'm black and I'm over it. Of course, sure, you're black. Sure, you're black. Jason said, I didn't accuse you of ish. You're the one with a channel. Why are you so mad? What, Jason, why are you so mad, buddy? Did we get off on the wrong foot? Did I say something out of line to make you so angry? Why are you so mad with me? I'm actually being pretty cordial right now. I'm actually pretty relaxed. I'm actually pretty relaxed. I'm enjoying myself at this moment in time. I'm high off of life because we don't need drugs or alcohol here directly on this channel. It's just the amount of energy and obvious love that I'm getting here from the haters that I say that make sure to pull up to this live stream and these videos every single time to let me know how much they love me. Like I said, I love y'all 100%. I love y'all. Shout out to all of my haters. Y'all the greatest friends. Y'all the greatest friends, and y'all the greatest fans directly up out here. Shout out to my haters. Love y'all. Jason was like, you assume a lot of ish. I mean, for a grown man, you sitting up here cussing an awful lot. Like, what? You must be a Democrat because you really cussing. You really getting irate in this comment section, and ain't nobody giving you that hostility or energy. I'm like, what are you looking for? Your hair must be pink or green, something like a tropical frog, because of how much you're cursing directly, in the comment section. Like I said, I didn't even say nothing out of the side of my neck to Jason. Like, it's crazy. Technically, I said more to the other guy, that was in the comment section, but something I guess that I said to Jason was, must have been out of line. I guess I don't know. Shout out to who was that? J-Lock? Yo, what's up? What's up, J-Lock? You said it's funny how they say all these things when they know, or you say it's funny how they say all of these things when they are, well, when basically at war, colonizing almost every country and burn down black towns and cities of jealousy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the craziest part when white folks want to pull directly up to the scene, or whoever, basically anybody who is not black America, want to pull up to the comment section and they want to start saying all this stuff about black folks here. I'm like, yo, that's wild. I thought y'all said that we were nobodies. I thought y'all said that we didn't have no movement. Nobody cared about us and all this other type of stuff. But then, here comes clowns directly in the comment section wanting to say a whole bunch of stuff for no reason. That's crazy. If you got to tell me that you're black, you're not black. That's all I'm saying. If you got to tell me that you're black in my comment section, you ain't black. It's like, that don't make no sense. That like I said, I'm not. You're listing your opinion, cool, but ain't nobody really caring to even try to guess or see if you're black or not. Don't nobody care. Like I said, everybody that's a part of this comment section is here for me. They're not here for you. It's levels to this. It's tiers. So that basically lets you know the importance tier list. You are not on the main important tier list. It's crazy. That is crazy. I'm not even sure what that means. Are you one of the brothers? What does that even mean? What does that mean? What was it? You said you're the one bringing it up, causing black conversations. What? I don't even know what that means. Steven said it's easy. Put your photo on if you have anything of substance to say. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. But they're not going to do that. trust me. I'm sorry, Steve's. Trust me, they're not going to do that. That's not what they're about. A lot of these folks, they like to stay within the whole thing of anonymity, and they just want to be able to say whatever it is that they're saying directly on their phone and just type in and just throw it away. That's it. They don't, outside of the internet, they don't actually have anything to say about real world issues or things going on, let alone possibly even in their own communities. So yeah. That's normally how it works. That is normally how it works. You said, right, all of a sudden we the stars when we decide to leave everybody alone. Yeah. Yo, Betty, what's up? You said a bunch of keyboard warriors. Yeah. Somebody, you said I'm not black. I mean, I guess, like I said, whatever you feel, keyword, pay attention, whatever you feel. Because again, feelings are different from facts. Facts are different from feelings, right? Because again, amongst all of that, we live in reality, right? So I'm dealing with the facts and I'm dealing with reality. You're dealing with your feelings. Like I said, it's a tier list directly to this. And I clearly stated that, if you want to sit up there and see what I look like, you want to find out if I'm black or not, you can clearly go through, my videos and you can clearly do that research. But like I said, you got a lot of grown adults that are too stupid to go through and do a little bit of detective work, right? Everybody can sit up there and get online and start pushing their thumbs together and start writing something, right? But when it deals with actual, like, hey, let me look some stuff up, let me find out more about this guy, people don't want to do that, right? People don't got the brain power. People don't got the brain power. People don't got the brain power. Shout out to One Bad Wolf. You said 13% equals 50. I mean, I guess I could say it's the same thing when it deals with white men going after children, right? Shout out to Tim Tebow. Shout out to the FBI. Shout out to the police for also putting out the information as well too. So I guess we're even on that, right? You said 13%, of the blacks commit 50% of the crimes, right? And it's over 70+% of white males commit crimes against children and the family. So I guess we're even. I guess we're even, right? I would rather somebody call me, just a petty thief and a criminal versus, some type of, child handler, right? Somebody that progressively goes after, children, sits at parks for no reason. You don't even got kids, but you as a white grown male, you're sitting up there just watching kids. Huh? Police? Come get this guy. Come search him. Come look through his history. Like this. Why is this weirdo, amongst kids at a park? You don't even got kids. What you doing here? Why are you here? Why is it every single time I get directly online, like how the whites like to say, oh, you blacks are doing all the crime in America, you're bringing America down. Why is it every single time I get online, I always see white males going after minors? Why is it every single time I get online, I see white women going after minors? Like, what's happening? Like, y'all got an epidemic that y'all it's an open epidemic, but it seems as though you guys don't want to speak on it. It seems as though that you guys don't want to sit up there and speak on it, which is a little bit weird. That's crazy. That's a little bit crazy. Right? There's tons of videos directly up there of both white men and women going after minors in their own communities. And we can just specifically, like I said, don't even got to add, black or brown or anything. We don't got to add nothing else. But specifically in these suburbs, specifically in these white communities, it seems that white people have a high propensity of going after children. And it's not like I'm making this up. You can look online, but I know that you're not going to look online because you're going to choose to ignore that. Like you choose to ignore a lot of the stats over times. Right? But like I said, you can clear cut, come up to the scene, and you can decide to say that I'm a part of that 13% that quote unquote does 50% of the crimes in America. And I can say the exact same things when it deals with you putting it up to the scene, being a white male, knowing of what it is that you do with children and the family. I'm fine with being a petty thief then. I'm fine with that. You can come back from being a petty thief. It's like, you sat up there and robbed a store. You knocked over a bank. Okay, you can come back from that. You sitting up there going after the family. The kids in the community? No, there's no coming back from that, buddy. No coming back from that. Jason said, is this a black versus white stream? You know, the craziest part about this, Jason, it didn't have to get this far if people would have just calmly shut up and decided to just listen. When people decide that they want to intervene and they want to start body blocking, they want to start shielding, they want to start, quote unquote, as they call it, speaking up for themselves or speaking the truth. This is when the live stream basically turns left real quick. So like I said, just like when it deals with this video that I showcased you, I wasn't the one who made it this way. I was specifically talking about black and brown. I wasn't really talking about nothing about white folks up until the two white conductors came up there, and seemingly they're giving attention to only one side and not all the sides. Like I said before, I didn't start this. I didn't start this. Like I said before, it's amazing to me for the white folks out there when y'all got a problem about what it is that I'm saying. Like it's crazy. Like Jason, you're like, hey, so this is a black versus white stream. How is it that you don't talk to your brethren in the comment section, your people in the comment section, and tell them to pipe down? How is it possible that whenever black people have to defend themselves, this is when y'all want to spot a problem? Oh, you blacks, why can't you just focus on the topic? Why can't you? Why does everything have to be about race? Why does everything have to be about race when it deals with you guys? Like I don't understand the obsession. You know, realistically, in my thought process, you know, you blacks are the real racists. You blacks on the road. Like I said, I was minding my business. I was completely minding my business, and then your brother wanted to pop up in the stream, and they want to start saying some nonsense. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical in nature. You know. Now Jason's like, "Hey, chat, pipe it down. It's a little bit too late for that one, brother." A little bit too late for that one. It's a little bit too late. What's up, J-Lock? You said remember how to catch a predator show. Yo, shout out to let me tell you something. At one point in time, I'm going to subscribe to Chris Hansen. That is one of the people going to sit up there and go crazy. That's one of the greatest white men. Yo, shout out to that white boy, Chris Hansen. That's one of the good ones. As people like to say, that's a good white boy right there. Because like I said, y'all wanted to get that dude canceled. It didn't matter how y'all had to do it. White folks, y'all wanted to get Chris Hansen canceled because he was out here showing y'all business. It was umpteen times that I done sat up there and seen white dudes pull up to the scene. Chris Hansen be like, "Hey, John, is this you?" It was like, "Yeah, where's Susan? Hi, I'm Chris Hansen with NBC Dateline here with How to Catch a Predator." There's no Susan here. Did you know that Susan was 15? Actually, no, she says she was 18. Well, actually, here when you were showing her a picture of your private parts, saying "touch Big Daddy here," she clearly wrote underneath that and it said that she was 15. Was this you? I don't remember this. What about when you wrote and you told this 15-year-old that you were going to, quote unquote, bend her over and smack her harder, and for her to call you daddy, right? You wanted a 15-year-old to call you daddy, correct? Like I said, y'all was trying to cancel that dude. Y'all was trying to cancel that dude, and now he's right back out here making more videos, catching y'all. That's some wild work. That is some wild work. Somebody's mad. John was like, "You sound like a fool that would walk through the door on that show and not as part of the camera crew." John, I'm not white. Why would I be talking to a minor? Why would I be talking to a teenager, a preteen? What like are you okay? It seems there's a lot of projecting. Case in point, I put it to you like this, right? I don't sit up there and get directly on Roblox. Let's start there. There's a lot of grown adult white males that play Roblox. Nobody wants to question that. Nobody wants to research that. Nobody finds that questionable. But yet you're sitting up here saying that I would be the type to walk through that door. The projection is real. The projection is real. It's crazy. It's diabolical in nature. Like I said, you don't want to refute what it is that's being stated. You don't want to try to bring up stats. You don't want to try to break that down. You are just like, well, we're not going to look at that. We don't care about nothing of that situation, but let's sit up there and focus on you and say that this is basically you instead. Like I said, shout out to Tim Tebow. You said play the clip of Tim Tebow. Wait, let me see if I can get it real quick. Tim Tebow. Because I'm gonna have to edit the. I'm trying to find it without this. What's the name at the bottom? All right, it's gonna take me a quick second. It's gonna take me a very quick second. Like I said, I got the video. I got you. Like I said before, things don't have to go this far. You know, the moment in time that people opt to pull directly up to the scene and y'all want to start talking, you know, real crazy about Black Americans and y'all want to start doing this stereotypical nonsense. This is when everything starts going left. Like I said, I would have been focused on something completely different, but here we are. Like I said, it's the craziest thing. Like I said, just can't leave well enough alone. Can't just leave well enough alone. Can't just like sit back and shut up. You got to just sit up there and just make it bad. Let me see. I think you got some audio directly there. Let me just make sure. And give me a quick second. While I was doing that, I'll look at these comments real quick. Let me see. Dun, 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 dun. Somebody said that Alex Rosen has caught plenty of Black Geppettos. I mean, that's great. Congratulations. Nobody said that didn't exist. Like I said before, see how y'all real quick to all lives the situation? When somebody just focusing on this one thing, right? And again, this whole conversation directly started because people didn't want to sit up and leave well enough alone. And now we got to sit up there and start going directly over this. Because people don't, like I said, y'all gonna figure it out. Y'all gonna be the ones figuring out. Like I said, I'm in fear for those young women at those colleges because I didn't heard what happens there. You can't blame. Oh, it's the blacks. It's the blacks. The only reason that everything is going up, the violence and the drugs, the blacks coming through our white colleges and coming after our white kids. No. Nope. Like I said before, the beautiful part that's going to take place when it deals with this administration, where they're making sure to, you know, in a sense, push everything back, is that now when it deals with the stats and when it deals with a lot of these stories, you're going to see who's really doing what. And that's what a lot of people are not even aware of. They don't even see how this is going to negatively impact those folks directly out here. Like I said, it's going to be funny. It's going to be a very funny thing. It is crazy trying to all lives matter the situation. Oh, but there's Black Geppettos. Nobody said that there weren't. But we do know, statistically speaking, that the main ones who have the highest population out here, white, are going to have the most. But like I said, you don't want to do that. You're like, oh no, but everybody's out here doing it. That's your way to get away from the situation. Everybody's out here. What does that even mean? It's like if those black guys got caught, kudos to the dude who sat up there and help catch them. No problem. That's completely cool. But again, like I said before, pay attention to what's being stated. But y'all don't want to do that, because when you do that, it makes you look bad, and that's not what you want. You want to be the masters of the universe and all this other type of stuff, right?
Number one offender type is biological fathers, but by far it is being done by middle-aged Caucasian men.
Woo! That's a Caucasian man. Wait. Let me. Somebody correct me in the comment section. Is Tim Tebow? Is this a white man or a black man I'm looking in front? Because I don't want to make this a race thing, right? I don't want to make this a race thing, right? Maybe I'm listening to a black man say this and it's a bit racist, right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Is Tim Tebow Caucasian or not? Maybe he's black. 1%, one drop rule. Great grandfather was black. Like I said, I don't know. But from what I'm looking at right now, I'm looking at a Caucasian man basically say that Caucasian men are leading and have the highest propensity of performing horrendous and abhorrent actions against the family and children. Like I said, I know that I'm black, right? I know that I'm looking directly at myself right now, and I'm looking at Team Tebow. I'm like, we don't look the same, right? And that's not me, as a lot of whites will say. That's racist. No. I'm just pointing out the obvious, right? I know how I look every single day, and I know how Tim Tebow looks. To me, he looks completely different from me. He has to be white, right? Because I don't have that complexion, never have, right? But let me rewind that and let that play.
The number one offender type is biological fathers, but by far it is being done by middle-aged Caucasian men. Many, over half of them, college graduates. Many of them are educated, good jobs. This isn't just who we're thinking about. Like they're technical savvy, and I think that it is time that we call them out. Like that. We can't stand by and stand back. Like we have to stand up and say, not only are we not doing our job as men, it's actually the opposite. Instead of being defenders and protectors of our families, we're hurting and abusing.
So let's just look over something real quick, right? Let's just look over some stuff. I just want to read this real quick, which I found to be interesting, because people want to sit up there. Oh, the blacks, they're danger, right? So let's take a look at this. Because again, we gotta be here because people don't know how to shut up, right? So it says that in Utah law controversy back in 2025, Utah Senator President Stuart Adams faced criticism after a 2024 law tailored to apply to 18-year-old high school students allowed for a reduced plea deal in a case involving a 13-year-old. While this lowered penalties in specific circumstances, it did not change the state's fundamental age of consent to 13. Washington mature minor law 2025. Washington State Senator Jamie Pedersen face intense backlash after noting a long-standing state law that allowed children over 13 to make their own decisions regarding mental health care, including in mature minor situations. This was widely misinterpreted online as a new law permitting 30-year-olds to be consent to sexual activities. In a mature minor situation, what is white folks out there? Because again, black people didn't make up these terminology and these words. Y'all got to break this down for me. What is a mature minor situation? How could a minor be in a mature? Those are two different things that should not be in the same house. When speaking about these situations, that's a bit weird for me. And again, we can't say, oh, it's the blacks, right? The last but not least, Oklahoma case of 2010. While not a current active proposal, current Oklahoma Senator James Lankford in a 2010 deposition suggested that he believed a 30-year-old could consent to sex. Ooh, let me know, out of all of those names, how many of those men that I listed, how many of them were black? I'm just trying to figure out here. Somebody do the quick maths, because they always like to say blacks are uneducated, slope foreheads and all that type of stuff. We don't know any, of God's math, right? So somebody do some quick maths real quick, because I don't got the facilities for that, right? I grew up in the hood. I didn't pass the third grade, as they like to stereotype and all that stuff. Didn't even make it to high school. So for the white folks out there, let me know how that worked out. Let me know how that worked out. Somebody, Easy Money said, what is the consent, the age of consent in Africa? I don't know, because I'm not African and I'm not white. I never been to Africa. So you're asking the wrong person. Oops. Well. So, there's more white people that have taken trips to Africa than me. There are more white people that have seen Africa at this moment in time physically than I have. Like I said, I've only seen Africa through a book, because I am a United States citizen. I am American. I am Black American. So I'm a little bit confused when you want to pull up and you think that you got a gotcha moment when you sit up there and like write this in the comment section. There is no gotcha moment. There is no gotcha moment. Just gonna put that directly about there. There's a lot of white males that decide that they want to go to Thailand. They want to go to Bangkok. Let me repeat that one more time. There's a lot of white males that like to go to Bangkok, right? And they like to be with very interesting, so to say, individuals. They also like to go to South America. I did a live stream before where a white male decided that he got in contact with a mother down in South America who has a daughter, and he paid money in order to be with that daughter. So, like I said, this is not this really ain't what it is that you're looking for at this moment in time, because I didn't cover these stories. you don't want to do this. It's not going to look good for you, especially if I start bringing up the videos. It's not going to be looking good, because, like I said, I can, if you really want to sit up there and push it that far, I can sit up there and take off some time and have a nice grand total hour with no breaks of a live stream showcasing white men going after minors, getting caught, being caught in sting operations, even episodes of Chris Hansen, mainstream media, newspaper, blog. Like I said, we can do this, because I've done it before. It's nothing for me. Like I said, y'all keep trying to sit up there and try this. I keep telling y'all this is not what you want to do. And like I said, I don't care about the views. It's about the fact of being right, because I know I'm right. Like I say, I keep pulling up to the scene being stupid. Like, that's crazy. Diabolical in nature. Like, it's crazy work. Like, all of these folks out here want to talk about, like I said, Black Americans and Africans, we got a whole, different thing there. But again, it's beyond me when I hear white folks always talk about Africa and say that there's nothing there and all this other type of stuff. But yet I see white Americans going over to Africa, and even in instances moving to Africa. That's a bit weird. I thought the whites said that on the dark continents, the Africans are savages, and there's trees and the huts and this, that, and the spears. I thought it was all of that, right? So how would you go over there and live amongst those same Africans? Like I said, it's a little bit weird. It's quite weird. So you would rather, instead of living in the United States and being here with all of the amenities and the rights that you have, you decide to leave the United States to go over and live in Ghana, to live in Kenya, to be in Zimbabwe, to be in South Africa, and all these other places. That's a bit weird. That's a bit weird. Matter of fact, even not even just moving there, why would you even be taking trips there? Wouldn't you, if you're white, wouldn't you want to sit up there and take trips to your history? Wouldn't you want to sit up there and go to Europe? Wouldn't you want to go to Russia, Germany, Hansenburg, whatever, Sweden, Poland, like the Netherlands, because a lot of y'all like to say that y'all got Viking DNA, right? Wouldn't you want to sit up there and go to those countries, the countries that Trump said are great countries, that he would love to have people from those countries, like Denmark and all the other type of stuff? Wouldn't y'all want to go there? But obviously y'all don't want to go there, because not even those Europeans want you there. And that's the kicker. Because I've watched a lot of videos and documentaries of those Europeans basically speak on quote unquote Americans. Whenever white Europeans say Americans, they mean white Americans. They're not talking about the black because remember, black people we don't travel, we don't got money, we're all on welfare. Welfare does not enable you to travel, right? So now that we got that solidified, the only ones that are able to travel are clearly white Americans. So if white Americans are going over to Australia, if they're going to the UK, if they're going to Russia, Germany, and they're going to London and all this other type of stuff, and all of these people have these bad interactions with Americans, wow, color me surprised. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. It's diabolical. But Nimoy was like, I stepped away from 1 second. I already got to deport somebody. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That is diabolical. What was it? Mo said it says, yeah, I believe that Matt was talking to a troll. Let me see. You said if you were black, why would you want to take a trip to America? Oh, I know you're trolling. That has to be the dumbest thing. Somebody, Corvus, you said you're making a lot of generalizations. Do better. Tell America to do better. How about that one? How about when we deal with generalizations and black Americans saying generalized type of things, how about we learn from the best, right? If white people modernized white society, America, and all this other type of stuff, that means that we will learn from the best, right? Right? Because y'all basically taught us everything, right? Chattel slavery and that whole history and yada yada yada, right? So if white people are the ones to originally generalize, that means that we would also be taught and learn from y'all on how to generalize as well too. So like I said, that means that y'all need to do better. It's crazy. It's diabolical how people want to sit up there and tell black Americans like, hey, you guys need to do better. Nah, why don't you sit up and tell white people to do better? How about you tell white people to sit up there and stop doing wars? Huh? How about I guess nobody wants to. I guess nobody want to talk about that one, all right? Guess we don't want to go there. Like I said, hold on. Let me get this one little thing right here. Like I said, it's crazy to me how people want to sit up there and try to tell black folks to do better, but then I can sit up there and look at stuff like this, right? Of this right here, because this is what I'm looking at. Why are we even talking about changes to the draft and anything? Why are we even talking about war at this moment in time? And again, this is something that y'all can't escape. You can't sit up there and blame this. Oh, it's the blacks. It's the blacks. Somebody said double. You said yes, you are the perpetual victim. I mean, if you're talking about black Americans, obviously not. We are not the ones always trying to prove that we got the biggest sticks and trying to bomb folks. Yeah, that's y'all. Oops. Like I said, it's funny how folks don't want to pay attention to none of those things, and they don't want to point those things directly out. It's a little bit weird to me, but it's funny how y'all go from that to this huge projection about somebody being the victim, about somebody being problematic. It's a little bit weird. That's crazy. It's diabolical. That is diabolical. Corvus said, I was talking to you, not all black people. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Somebody said, nobody is blaming blacks. I mean, well, if you have a conversation or you look at the conversations online that people are having, you have a lot of people that like to say, looking at the stats, oh, the crime rate, it's the blacks. The deterioration of American society and our family and the nuclear and this and that and the jobs, the blacks. This is what I've been hearing for the longest time possible. And again, this is by listening to mainstream media and paying attention to all of that stuff there. So yeah, it's you talking about nobody's blaming the blacks. You obviously have not been looking or been around in this conversation when it deals this live stream. You ain't been paying attention. You must have just got here because we clearly had that happening in this chat. In this chat, like I said before, if any white folks out there, you want to tell black Americans to do better, how about y'all do better and stop causing wars. Y'all, out of every single ethnicity that is in the United States, y'all are primarily the only ones that always cause wars. Show me a moment in time where the blacks have caused wars throughout this world. Show me where black Americans just single-handedly went out there and started bombing. Like, let's say like what y'all did with Japan twice. Like, let's let's look at that. Right? Or the Vietnam War. I'm sorry. The skirmish, the one that y'all lost, right? Everything going on in Vietnam. Where were the blacks that fought, directly, or any of the wars, the Gulf or the war on terrorism? Like I said, like I'm just trying to figure out. That's a lot of bloodshed. That's a lot of lives lost on both sides. Because people want to pull up to the scene blaming blacks 13%, 50% of the crime, right? And you guys are 100% of the wars. If we're going to sit up there and do statistics, right? And like I said, I'm a black man all day long. Fine. You want to say that I'm part of the 13% to do 50% of the crimes? Fine, no problem. You want to say I'm welfare? Fine, no problem. But I can sit up there and tell you this. You are 100% of all of the wars. You are 100% of the reason that the United States is consistently always at war and bombing other places. It's crazy how the United States government, white folks, it's crazy how y'all got all of this money and this know-how to bomb all these other countries, but you don't got nothing to basically fix and repair and to help out at home. It's crazy. That's diabolical. That needs to be studied. That I'm looking at money mismanagement 101. Like I said, y'all got the IRS sitting up there looking at all the ordinary people. What government entities do we have to sit up there and really do the checks and balances on the United States government and their spending habits? I guess we don't got one, really. I guess we don't got one. That's some crazy work. Like I said, whatever stats you want to list me as a black American, as a criminal, in and out of jail, just robbing the whites, fine, no problem. You guys are the only reason that America always goes into war. Nobody else. You can't skate past that. You can't per capita that. It is only you. It is primarily you. You're the ones in control of the money. You're the ones in control of all of the government seats. You're the one that's in the head seat in the office. It's you, all you. Nothing but you. Like I said, shout out to George W. Bush, because he did some work on, putting a decline on the white population. He did some work. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all want to talk about that. You don't want to talk about that. That's crazy. You said I'm pathetic. I mean, I guess. I guess I'm pathetic, but who's more pathetic, right? Just an ordinary schmo, just sitting up here talking, just gabbering, or the United States causing wars and putting us directly into a war of which we shouldn't be fighting? Which one? Because like I said, white folks, y'all better start, praying and talking to your kids. You better make sure that they're signing up, since you want to sit up and say that I'm pathetic. What's pathetic is that you got to have this conversation. And like I said, this ain't the Wonder Years. This ain't the Wonder Years where the pops was directly at the dinner table and he was arguing back and forth with the hippie because, yeah, what do you know about Nam? Me and my men, we were there. We were brave men. Right? He wanted to do all that macho, masculine type of stuff because the younger dude that was dating his daughter, who was already basically about to get signed up into a war that he should have nothing to do with, he didn't want to respect that young man's opinion. He didn't want to sit up there and speak up for his own kids. He was like, well, I went to war, so my kids need to be going to war too. That's the dumb mentality. The young dude that was at the dinner table, he was like, yo, your son should not have to fight what you had to fight, and he shouldn't have to go into a war that I might have to go into myself. That was the main point that he was bringing up. And the other thing, because you want to sit up there and say that I'm so pathetic, what's even more pathetic is the funniest thing, realizing that the rich and that any of these government officials that you guys vote on, their kids are not going to be the ones on the front line. So who is this, reaper? Yeah, the thing that you're going to be reaping is the ground, because that's where a lot of your young ones in your family are going to be. Especially if you're a United States citizen, that's where your young ones are going to be. You're not going to be able to go into weddings. You're not going to be going to high school graduations. You're not going to be going to college graduations or any other celebrations. You're going to be going to burials. You're going to be going to funerals because your people decided that it was good enough to go directly into war again. But you want to sit up there and say that I'm pathetic. That's crazy. And even with me saying this, you still stand 10 toes down. You know, let me clap it up for you. I love people who are so prideful and who are so direct and stand 10 toes down directly on their ignorance to still not even realize how stupid they are and how it is that you're walking yourself over a cliff and a dark alley at the same time. And you are going to be the main causation of all of the death in the bodies that are going to happen of the newer generation. Good job. Good job on that. 100% good job. Like I said, keep going out here voting. Keep looking at the rich. Keep listening to all of these clowns on Fox 2 or what is it, Fox News and whatever else it is. Like I said, all of those faces that you see for the Democrats and the Republicans, their kids are not going up on the front lines. Your kids are. Your family members are. Your grandchildren are. But you want to call me pathetic. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're literally allowing the government to sacrifice your families and your money away for no reason, and you're not going to get anything from it. Like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. That's diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Like I said, and this is why I don't really say much to white folks no more, because y'all are too dense. You can have somebody out here who will sit up there, we don't see eye to eye. We're going to disagree on 99% of the things. But it's like, hey, within that, let me try to get a sliver of humanity and just sit up there and give you a little bit of information. And you still want to stand stupid. You still want to sit up there and stand stupid. Like I said, for the white folks out there, y'all wonder why there is this division and all of these things. That's because y'all always think that y'all right. Even when you know that you're wrong, you still want to be right, which is the dumbest thing. You're willing to sacrifice everything and every person in order to prove your ignorance. This is why this country is collapsing. This is why we're having this quote unquote energy warfare and all of these other things taking place. Because of you. You can't put this on nobody else. You can't put it on nobody else. Like, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Diabolical. But like I said, y'all got it. Y'all 100% got it. Like I said, I'll be doing stories directly on your kids when they, just like for the previous veterans and the war vets that didn't make it. I'll be here doing videos directly on your family members who get blown apart, who get torn apart, that come back half the person that they were. I'll be the main one doing those stories to let you know that I was right. Like I said, you better pray. Whoever God that you believe in, you better pray that the United States does not go into war, because this is not going to be good. It's going to be looking like Vietnam Part 2. And you saw what happened in Vietnam the first time. We did not win nothing. Men and teenage boys were leaving in body bags. In some instances, you might have just had a leg come back home. You might have had a few fingers and a dog tag. But I guess that's good enough. So you're willing to sit up there and take a part 2 because you feel that we're good enough. We're more prepared this time. Okay. All right, you got it. You got it. You got it. Like I said, and like I said, this is why when I'm going to state this again, Black Americans have nothing to do with this. Stay directly out of this. And when you say that, people get mad. I'm like, no. Everybody that wants to be involved directly in it, be on the front lines. All of the people that sat up there and voted for these things to take place, put yourself and your kids directly on the front lines. Nobody else should be on. Everybody else who didn't vote for this and all this stuff, everybody else to the back. Everybody else that voted for this and this administration and this presidency to the front lines. Y'all should be knocking down the doors of the United States government so that you can sign up right now. You and your kids. The one thing I love so much is how people want to sit up there and say that I'm racist, even though I just explained something. I just with a little bit of humanity there, I just tried to really speak some sense, try to really say something. And people I know, you're racist. Okay. Like I said, whatever you feel. Whatever you feel that I am, I will be for you and nothing but. I will make sure that's the only thing that you'll ever see and hear directly from me. You will not get anything else. And that's all you can sit up there and keep writing. You're a racist. You're a racist. Like I said, shout out to you. So you writing that I'm a racist, do you think that that's going to change anything if you feel that I'm a racist? Just saying. You basically saying that I'm a racist. This is my confusion in this whole thing, right? If at any point in time, right, if I as a black American male decided to go to a town or whatever it was, and it was a sundown town, and it's apparent that the white people there are racist, do you think that I'm going to sit there and try to have a conversation or a dialogue with those people? That's a fool's errand. That'll be completely stupid. I might inevitably get myself hurt, right? So it will behoove me to move away from that situation and let those people be. If it's a sundown town, if those people are racist, hey, more power to you. All praise be. You can be as racist as you want to be. I just don't have to be a part of the situation. So I'm just trying to figure out, right? If for Shozo, if you're saying that basically I'm a racist, right? Why would you want to be next to a racist? Why would you want to be on a racist channel within his comment section? Why would you want attention from a racist? Why would you even want to try to have dialogue with a racist? Make that make sense for me. Make that make sense. Speak logic for that for me. He said, I guarantee you, along with everyone else, I hear agreeing with you is over 30. I don't even know what you're talking about. You said I was racist. So what are you talking about agreeing? Let me see. Oh, wait, let me see. What was it? Somebody said, you don't belong here. Rhetoric is the reason why the white men didn't pay us. The reason why we had to form the Black Panther Party. If you want to be with the 3Ks, we can give you that honor. I'm not even sure who you're specifically talking to. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah, that gotta be a troll image right there, because I'm looking at your comment and then I'm looking at the picture. I'm like, why do I see why do I see somebody with a complete married photo up here, and you're talking about like the Black Panther part? I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Like, so somebody got to make that make sense for me real quick. Somebody has to make that make sense for me real quick. I'm just trying to see something real quick. Because I swear I remember the name that is typing directly in this live stream because I've seen it before. But for whatever reason, let me see something real quick. Let me just try to see. Let me see. You said, OMG, it's you. Oh, well, I guess it's not going to matter. Also, shout out to the mods, because I'm looking back and I see a lot of people got caught up in the shout out round. It'd be like that. I keep telling people, I keep trying to tell people directly out here, it'd be like that out here. Somebody said, what is he reading? There's two channels basically running. Right? Who was that? Playful? Yeah. So I'm reading from both, directly from both comment sections. Let me see. You say you don't belong here, Rhetoric. Let me see. Somebody said you, the older generation, always pushes a narrative of division. I mean, I guess. Somebody said to aggravate you, you're baiting. LOL. Tania, what is up? You said another Karen who just can't leave us alone. Yo, Rabbit, what is up? You said idiot logic, quote unquote, you're racist for calling out racism. Yeah, which is crazy. Yo, Sean, what is up? You said what power that Black Americans have over white culture. White Americans are the world's biggest racists and they are prejudiced. Timothy said what's diabolical is you believe in voting Democrat will keep us out of war, and it won't. Wait, Tim, who are you talking about? Who? let me know who you're talking about. Because I'm not sure if you were talking to me or not, because I didn't see the @ symbol. So let me know who you're talking about. Shozo said you and all of these old people claiming racism is the issue. Da da da. And then we got Timothy repeating the same thing twice. Shozo said, push use stupid narratives. I think push your stupid narratives. The younger generation will not listen. Another one said, okay, I agree with what you're trying to say, brother, but it's diabolical that you're trying to damn a whole race for the actions of a few in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it'd be like that. It 100% be like that. Big Hair said all these immigrants, even the white ones, need to go home. Okay, so Timothy, so you basically said that it's diabolical that I quote unquote believe voting Democrat will. Who said that I said that people need to vote Democrat? This is the most confusing thing. I don't care if you're conservative or Republican, liberal, whatever you want to call it. It's crazy how whenever y'all can't really pin somebody down on what it is that they believe or quote unquote what it is that they vote, y'all automatically want to have like, oh, I know what to call you. I know what you are automatically. Who said that? Who said that I was a Democrat or a Republican? Let me know. Let me know. Timothy, let me know in the comment section at what point in time did I say I was a Democrat or a Republican? Let me know. Let me know in this live stream when did I say that. I'm just trying to figure out. Just trying to figure out. Shozo said, I guarantee you this guy never served. Are you talking about served in the military? You're correct. You are correct. Like I'm not even sure what type of gotcha moment that you're trying to get directly from that. Because you know the craziest part is I remember talking to younger guys from the Call of Duty era, the high and mighty Call of Duty era, let's say like the, back during the War on Terror, 360 age, and how they were oh so hyped. Like I said, the programming that goes on when it deals with video games in society, it's a beautiful, wonderful thing when you actually get the chance to be a part of it and to actually look at it and dissect it and analyze it. Like I said, something you don't know nothing about. So it's amazing where I was able to see a lot of these young dudes, they were amped and hyped in order to get enlisted, go to war and all this other type of stuff. But then as the years go by, they regret doing any of it. It's crazy how that works. It's funny how people never want to bring that stuff up though. It's crazy. Crackerjack said, using that logic, then all blacks are thugs. I mean, we already done went over that. That's cool. I mean, if that is your actual belief, that's cool. Like I said, I ain't trying to disprove anybody's narrative on what it is that they feel about Black Americans no more. I don't care. Like I said, the same thing that y'all always been saying that's been pushed directly out there, you're always going to believe it. You're always going to say it. You're always going to think it. It's completely fine and cool. I'm just waiting for people to actually be honest. That's the main problem. I don't like liars. I hate when folks want to do this what if. I hate people want to hide behind religion. They want to hide behind politics, and they want to use that to hide their racism or their bigotry or prejudices and all that other. Like I said, I don't got time for that. I don't got time for that. Like I said, it's nonsensical. You said judge an entire race is the definition of racism. I mean, I guess. I mean, you already said that I was a racist, so I'm like, how many more times are you going to keep writing in a comment section that you basically see me as being a racist? Like I said earlier, what is that going to get you? I'm just trying to figure out like what dog whistle are you trying to set off at this moment in time? Because I feel like you're repeating this so that you can get reactions from other people to basically start doing the exact same thing. And it's not really working how you thought it was going to work. So that's why we're still here and you're still trying. You said you are blaming white people for this war as if to say because they voted for Trump, they are responsible for it. Who voted for the Bush administration? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it was white people. right? They voted for Bush Jr. twice. Wasn't he the same president that had his dinner, presidential dinner at the White House, and he made a joke about the war on terrorism, saying that the weapons of mass destruction got to be somewhere. And he laughed about it in front of all of the rich elites directly out there, in front of all of these Democrat and Republican journalists that were all in the same room. They were laughing. The president of the United States and those journalists and everybody else was laughing at you, the American people, that day, and how stupid it was for you to allow them to do what it is that they did, give them the power and the money, along with also handing over your rights, aka the Patriot Act, which we're still dealing with to this day. But you're sitting up here saying that, oh no, the other guy was like, oh, it's racist. You're sitting up there putting this on a whole group. And then you wanted to respond by saying that you were blaming white people for this war, as if to say da 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 da. Who else am I supposed to put this on? Who else? He was like, what I'm telling you is that you could vote them. I don't have a dog in this race. So now that you know that I don't have a dog in this race, and I haven't had a dog in this race for a very long time, how are you going to spin that narrative now? So I'm not Democrat and I'm not Republican. So now, with the logic that you have and how it is that you've been going directly in this conversation, how are you going to spin that? Let me know. Take your time. Take your time. Just let me know. Tania said she is a retired master sergeant with 22 years of service. Oh, that's crazy. Diabolical work. Shout out to you and for your service. Because like I said, I had to read off that comment because somebody in the comment section said that you didn't serve. Like I said, I have no problem with sitting up and saying that I didn't serve. Like, why am I going to sit up there and lie about that? What is that called? Like stolen valor? Or what? Why am I going to do that? What would be the reason for me to sit up there and lie just to sit up there and say what it is? I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. That's how I would never sit up and do that. Like I said, but you can't tell nobody nothing. They be like, oh, if you're going to talk about politics, at least you should have served the country in order for you to speak. And it's like, even when you had people speaking out against the Vietnam War, what was the American people doing? They were agreeing with the United States government. And then those who are agreeing with the United States government wanted those who are against the Vietnam War to be jailed. So like I said, it's crazy out here. It's diabolical. 100%. Adam said, that's wild, dude. I thought that we would be at a point where we as a people, we could be at a point where people are human beings and people if society changes. And the main people that made society exactly what it is would have to be the ones to change. Because the problem that always tends to happen is that normally when people want things to change, people are always looking to Black Americans, but oh, you guys need to change in order for the betterment of society, in order for the betterment of everything. Like Black Americans, you guys have to be the one to change, lead the change, and Not no. We've always tried to lead some type of change, and we've always sacrificed and did a tremendous amount of things. No more. And this is why you have the No More Kings and all these other protests, which are pretty much dull. Nothing's pretty much happening because guess what? You don't have Black folks on the front lines for police to practice their brutality and to decide to have a photo op and to try to get their gang stripes directly off of by either maiming, hospitalizing, or taking the life of Black protesters out there. So now when it's white and white, now people don't want to do nothing. Now you don't really see people getting brutalized by police. You don't see people, getting shot down in the streets really like that. I mean, y'all tried that earlier, but it still didn't move nothing. Because, and that also further shows that, again, y'all don't even care about your own people when they get slain by the police. You had people who are white. It was a white woman that went directly on the Jubilee table, whatever it was, and she basically said that those white folks out there that ended up getting harmed, right, by way of the police during those protests or whatnot, whatever, basically deserved it. I'm like, that's some crazy stuff to say. And she was 100% directly with what it is that she stated. But like I said before, in order for things to change, the original people have to sit up there and be the ones to change. So the ones that modernized the United States and founded and all this other type of stuff, those got to be the ones to do it. It ain't gonna be Black Americans. I'll tell you that one. I'll tell you that one. Like I said, up there and speak on this. It is diabolical. That's crazy. You was like, so you hate white people. Like, what is up with this projection? Like I said before, like when y'all be really trying to figure out some stuff, y'all just throw anything at the wall to try to see if it sticks. And if somebody's tone or the words that they use are basically they hurt your feelings, automatically you deem them to be racist. That's wild. That's crazy. 100%. So you hate white people, but live in their country and benefited from a society that they created. You know, it's crazy when thinking about white people creating something, I got to think about all the things that they stole in order to get to the one point of creation. And when you think about the United States, that was stolen because you had a bunch of probably inbreds, a bunch of jailers and prisoners and murderers, like Jack the Ripper and those type of sorts. Again, Europe cleaned out their jails and their prisons because they wanted to purge the worst out of their bloodline, right? So they sent a lot of your ancestors on ships because they felt that you were never going to come back and you probably couldn't find your way back. And again, even if you did, they still don't want you back, right? They'll do anything to keep you over yonder. And then somehow, some way, instead of finding India, you found the United States. You found North America. And then once that basically took place and happened, what did the Europeans start doing? They started, well, at first y'all were dying off. And then the natives here, right, that obviously don't look European, decided to be friends and help you, right? They befriended you and they took you in. They taught you about the land and all of the things there. And everything was going all good. And then all of a sudden, the normalcy just kicked in. It was like, oh, we're in this whole other land. We're not under European rule no more. The queen and the king, we don't got to worry about that. We can do whatever it is that we want to do here. Okay, fine, no problem. So we're going to take all of this and what it is that the natives are, and we're going to basically become that. And that's how we got the United States. Because when you look up the definition of American, it states that it was automatically deemed for those who are the aboriginals, the indigenous here, coppered complected folks. And then the second definition basically stated Europeans, white Americans. So originally, a lot of you folks here are not even Americans, realistically, because you're not indigenous, you're not original directly to the land. But because you went through so much slaughtering and taking out a lot of folks here that were here before you, I guess it's fair to say that you can just, take whatever branding that you want, right? It's crazy. It's diabolical. 100%. Timothy said, we've been in hot or cold wars for the last 50 years, and it will never stop. It's not about white people, black people, Republicans, or Democrats. It's about resources. Well, that's very, we've actually been at war for a lot longer than that when you think about the United States as a whole, right? But regardless, when I bring up race, as people like to say in these conversations, I'm merely pointing out the fact that the ones who control the money are the ones who control the political seats, who also control the powers, who also control the military, who also control the military industrial complex. They also control the National Guard. They also control the police force. And what I'm stating is that we can clearly see that it's not Black Americans. That's all I'm saying. So that would then mean it would put the what's the word that people like to use, onus or whatever. That then puts the responsibility on white folks to do what they need to do, which is the correct thing, which is to stop doing all of this nonsense. But for some odd reason, it seems very difficult for white people to tell the white people no. I don't know what that's about. Y'all got to fix that, because if not, you're not going to have a country. I mean, you barely already got a country with a lot of things that's happening at this current moment in time. But and I could have sworn last time I checked, it was white folks that were worried about becoming a minority in quote unquote their own country. It wasn't Black Americans. So I get it where people want to sit up there and say, let's not make this about race. Let's not make the conversation this or that and all these other types of things. But race is still a part of it. Just saying. Just saying. Diabolical. What else we got? People said people who flee a country where they are the majority are the people who act like victims. The hypocrisy is astounding. Yo, Mo, shout out to all the mods. My bad, I've been having a tunnel vision. So shout out to Shauna D Money. I think we got Gail directly in here. Might have Hack and Ty directly up in here. Much love, much love. What else do we got directly in here? Let me see. I'm trying to go through and catch up on some of the comments that we got. Somebody said, I like how this guy just deflects and doesn't talk about his dislikes of whites despite living in their society. I can highly tell that you don't live in the United States. I know that you don't live in the United States. I can automatically tell. What was it? So Timothy, if you're saying that I sound stupid, that's cool. But the main question that I have for a lot of people is that if I sound stupid, then why would you want to interact with somebody that you consider to be stupid or ignorant? Like I said, I'm highly confused. Like you guys are trying to position yourselves to be the most intelligent people here in these conversations, in this chat, but then you repeatedly state either I'm racist or I lack intelligence, but yet you still want to interact here. Isn't that the definition of insanity or something like that? I could swear it falls within there. I swear it falls directly within there somewhere. It has to. It has to. Because this just doesn't make any type of sense at all. It doesn't make any type of sense. Right? But anyways, let's get past, all of this, nonsense. Let me, take some of this stuff directly down. So we didn't move directly away from the video here and everything that in a sense took place. The one thing, because I gotta now go back, it's crazy. It's been talking for about like an hour and 32 minutes, right? But because again, I know a lot of people here were not even here for this video. Completely cool. But I'm going to bring up this information here, right? So what I ended up finding out, right, is the main guy that attacked the darker complected guy on the train, right? This was the guy. Supposedly he's a reggaeton artist. And I'm like, isn't that interesting? So somebody who's magically in the music industry, who has a nice amount of followers, seemingly stopped mid-fight to turn around to completely show his face, not once, but twice, if not 3 times, perfectly for the camera so everybody can see it. So again, it makes me think that the 2 girls and this artist, that the Brian Scott dude, makes me think that they were all in on it. It makes me think that this was like some type of elaborate scheme in order to, help this dude get some type of publicity. And they trumped up this whole situation on this train in order to do it. Because the other craziest part from a comment that I was able to see, and like I told people before, this is how easy it is to basically get a lot of women out here. All you have to do is do something, and you got women out here that will lose their minds. So this woman basically stated that the guy, the artist, right, music artist, turned mid headlock to ask if she was okay. Like, okay, I see you. The way I be throwing my body parts at him the rest of the train ride, he'd have to call security to get me off him. Like I said, all you have to do, if you want celebrity, fame, whatever it is, position anything that looks close to a black male on screen, put that as a negative, and the story will sell and everybody will believe it. It's that simple. That's all you have to do, because everybody loves a story where they can always see the image of or a black man be the negative. And that's a fact. 100%. 100%. 100%. Right. So now let me see where do I want to move this one directly to, because we got a few things directly in here. So yeah, matter of fact, I'll just keep it directly on where we are, and then I'll move to the other part. Right. So now
we have to get going in one moment.
We're going to have this black man here. He's going to basically speak directly to the elders that are in the audience, and he has some very choice words. And again, he spoke nicely, right? He just has some very choice words for those directly out there to let the older folks know that, hey, certain stuff just ain't going to work no more, and it's not the same, right? So let's just take a listen.
Briefly, we have to get going in one moment. Step up, tell us your name, and briefly, what's on your mind?
Hey, yo, as I look around this room, if you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, who are you? Oh, all right, yeah, so like I was saying, I'm going to land my plane right there, but the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care. And somebody get my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
Thank you. First, let me clarify something. There are many young people that are part of the National Action Network. I happen to be one of them. They look old.
Right, like I said, it was a straight clownery. That brother right there spoke direct facts. He spoke directly to the old folks there respectfully. He's like, yo, the way that y'all been moving for like the last whatever amount of years, like, hey, it just ain't working. It's not happening. This ain't the 1950s, the 60s, not even the 70s. All of that stuff that y'all doing ain't gonna happen. And then y'all trying to sit up there and tell those in their 30s and 40s what it is that they need to do. Stop with that. Like I said, it's not going to pan out. It's not going to sit up there and happen. Y'all need to just sit this one directly out. We got this. Like I said, he spoke respectfully. He spoke respectfully. Like I said, at the end of the day, as stated, none of those groups, it don't matter if it's Democrat or Republican, and I said this before, they don't have no type of tangibles. They don't care directly at all. The moment in time that people are actually talking money, then you're going to sit up there and start seeing a lot of Black Americans pull up to the scene. Up until that point, people ain't about to sit up there and start moving and doing nothing. And as stated before, and as I've showed off before, and even in a previous video, when it dealt with Kamala Khan and the many others directly out there, you got folks progressively still going at Black Americans after their failed attempt to have immigrants and others basically come directly in and replace Black Americans. They understood that, hey, all right, we did try this attempt. It didn't really, fan out too well. So now we gotta really, we gotta really target and go directly at them. So now you got a lot of these public speakers talking about, Black Americans, y'all should be going for reparations. Like I said, I gave y'all the video dealing with Kamala Khan, at one point, she was like, I'm not just going to sit up here and say that I'm going to specifically do something for black people, right? She said that. But now there's another video recent where she's sitting up here saying that, hey, black Americans, it's okay for you to basically ask for something in return for your vote. No, duh. We've been saying that. It was everybody else basically trying to say that black Americans are fools for basically believing that we should just vote just because. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. 100%. 100%. Ridiculous. Straight ridiculous. Like I said, Kamala Khan got it though. Kamala Khan got it. Right. So now, yeah. Now it's matter of fact, hold on, let me play that video real quick. Let me see if I can get that for y'all real quick. Let me see, where did I put that video? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. That was the Amtrak. I think wasn't this it? Let me see. Let me open this real quick. Gotcha. All right, got it right here.
Reparations for black people.
Well, listen. Again, we had over 200 years of slavery. We had Jim Crow for almost a century. We had legalized discrimination, segregation, and now we have segregation and discrimination that is not legal but still exists and is a barrier to progress. We have disparities around housing. We have disparities around education. We have disparities around income. And we have to recognize that everybody did not start out on an equal footing in this country. And in particular, black people have not. And so we have got to recognize that and do something about that and give folks a lift up. That's why, for example, I'm proposing the LIFT Act. Give people who are making $100,000 or less as a family a tax credit, which will benefit and uplift 60% of black families who are in poverty.
So by default, it affects black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you would explore.
But no, if you look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies, when you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit black children, black families, black homeowners, because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest disparities, and we understand that that's part of why we're doing it. Listen, the reality also is this: any policy that will benefit black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because whatever benefits that black family will benefit that community and society as a whole and the country. The last point I would say on this, Rev, and I think I know it's a bit controversial, but here's how I feel about this. You know how I was talking earlier about how people are so transactional? I think we need to be transactional voters. I think, yes, it is right when we are trying to get folks to register to vote and to go vote, and it is absolutely right that we remind everyone of our history, especially when they're trying to erase it. We remind people of the lives, the bloodshed on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the sacrifice of those young people at the lunch counter, the assassination of Dr. King. There are so many things that we must remember about history so that what compels us to vote includes not only our civic duty, but honoring the ancestors. Yes, and here's what I'm suggesting in addition. Get yours. Vote and say, I'm voting because I expect something out of this. You're not going to take for granted that I'm going to vote because I'm a good citizen and it's my civic duty to vote, so that you don't even worry about whether you're producing what I need because, oh, we can count on them to vote because they remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I'm saying it's okay to also give people permission to be transactional and to say, if you're going to get my vote, this is what I expect. I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting. That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to give people permission to be transactional voters.
Right, and then the next video after that is going to talk about how Native Americans were able to get 1.1 billion from the government and all this other types. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. Now you heard Kamala Khan basically state that she wasn't going to just do anything for Black Americans, right? But she'll do something for all Americans, something that'll benefit everybody. And then in the very next clip, she was like, "It's okay for Black Americans if you want to be transactional, you can be transactional. I think we all should be transactional." Wow. And you know, it's crazy how she said a lot of we. It was a lot of we, and I don't speak French, nor am I French. Oui, mon ami, Genevici, so cool. Whatever it was, I used to be able to say that better. But yes, that's some crazy work. Diabolical, 100%. 100%. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. People don't want to sit up there and pay attention. People don't want to sit up there and listen to, information that is blatantly obvious and directly in front of them. People would just rather pay attention to their feelings because that is the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that matters. Like I said before, it's a lot of we going on. A lot of we going on. Like I said, crazy work out here. So now we're gonna go to the next video here, and it's a little bit different. And of course, we're going to be sliding to a different topic. We got Jada, the best wife in the world. Let me tell you, every time I pop in online, I'm not trying to see Jada. Jada is not even my wife, and I see her pretty much every day, and that's a problem. I don't know how this basically works. I don't know what the algorithm is basically on, but this is what tends to pop up. And this is a video that I've never seen before. And Jada basically states that let's just look at him.
I'm really shocked because, mind you, I'm not there. We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. I'm like, what is going on right
keep
now?
my wife's name
out of your mouth, right? And I'm like, but now I'm really worried for Will because I don't know what's going on. Chris looks to me and he says, Jada, I meant no harm. Now, I'm just out of it because I'm really worried about
And
Will.
what's Will doing? He's just sitting there?
And Will's still talking. He's like, he's still, because now he's mad because Chris is talking to me. And I go, Chris, this is about some old shit. That's all I could think to say, right? And I couldn't really take in his apology.
You became the bad guy. Look what Jada made him do. Jada rolled her eyes, and look what he did. He ran up there and hit Chris. Poor Will. That's what the narrative became.
Yeah.
So poor Will because of the
adulterous wife.
Yeah.
Who forced him to go to the table and sit there, you know what I mean? And now look at what she's done. She has the power with an eye roll to make him go up and slap somebody on stage.
She is going to go down in history as the worst wife in existence. Because I kid you not, every single time I happen to see her, it's always something negative. I cannot give you, like I said, the main hit was when they were talking about, what was it, Willow? They had a whole thing with Willow. She even wrote a letter to Tupac talking about, like, I guess what Jada wanted to be with him and they miss him and all this. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, yo, it's always something. It's always something. It is always something. Oh my God, it's always something. It's just one after another. It's one after another. And this was during the pandemic. We were still in the pandemic when this was, in a sense, going on. I think, what was it, like 2023 or something? I forgot. It's been a minute. But This is every single time Jada pops up is always something negative. Every time. Every time. I've never seen this. Out of all of the history of internet, social media, I've never seen anything so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Like this is like this and the whole thing with Aisha Curry is right there. It's just right there. It's neck and neck. It's like who is going to do the next worst thing? Who's going to do the next worst thing? Like, yo, this is crazy, brother. This is crazy. This is 100% crazy. But now we're gonna move away from that, and we're gonna go to another one because I wanted to let people relax, directly off of that. We're gonna go to this video here where we're gonna listen to some folks try to tell Black Americans who it is that they really are. They want to inform Black Americans because they feel that we just don't know nothing, so they want to basically try to tell us our history and stuff. So let's take a peek into this. Right,
When you hear WizKid, you hear Beanie Man. Right?
I hear
When
more
you
of the
listen to the
dancehall
first
influence.
dance hall records, they're remaking Black American records. We are not
I
this.
can't speak on that. I'm not a Caribbean person.
I agree with everything regarding when you're talking about what you have created in America and
When you
what
talk about how the NBA is such a valuable sport, it's not because of them, it's because of us.
no, I'm
Also, when you
recognized
talk
it.
about
hold on, Joe.
Patricia, you said you're from Illinois, right?
I never
Yep.
once said that it didn't come from
The
you. I never
founder
said
of
that you're
Illinois
not the
is
successors
Haitian.
of that.
Yeah, and that's American. His father was from Canada, which is still it's still right up there by Illinois.
He
You
was
ever look
born
at
in
Canada
Haiti in
on the map and look at
1754.
Chicago? His father's from Canada. His mom was from Haiti. That was all France.
He was the first non-native settler. That's what they call him.
We how he non-native and his daddy from Canada.
This is what he's
you're
documented.
misunderstanding.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all like to minimize our history. How
No,
was he
Name was
non-native?
Jean-Baptiste Point.
No one's
His daddy
minimizing.
was from. His father was from Canada.
Okay, so Patrica, what's happening now is that you're having a conversation based on feelings.
But it
when we're
says
trying
his
to have a
parents are
conversation.
unknown.
It's not
Hold on,
feelings,
Joe.
sis. I'm speaking facts.
No. What you're doing is you're having a
Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable was Haitian and French. I mean, Canadian French.
But it says his father's
Joe,
French
give me a second,
Canadian.
please. Joe, give me a second, please. Patrica, again, I'm trying to have a conversation with you based on facts. You're having a conversation based on
I'm not. Is my tone taking away the facts that I'm saying?
No. The issue.
So you're saying that nothing I'm saying is a fact?
No, I never said that. Again, see, you're doing it again.
I speak. Look. We speak very passionately here. It intimidates.
No,
white
you're
folks,
allowed to
too.
speak. You're allowed to
It
speak.
intimidates. I know I'm
passionately.
allowed to speak, but sis, if I was speaking amongst my people, they wouldn't say I'm being emotional right now.
No.
So somebody said what they're arguing about. So basically, you have Black Americans in the chat, and then you have Africans that are in the UK, right? And what tends to happen is that either it doesn't matter if they're in the UK or in Africa itself, they tend to come directly to a lot of these panels and these conversations and insert themselves as Africans to try to tell Black Americans that, oh, you guys are African. You guys just don't sit up there and know. You guys are anti-African, yada, 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 all this other type of stuff. When the main thing that Black Americans are saying, like, yo, we are Black American. Like, this is us. This is our home. This is where our history is and all this other type of stuff. And the main thing that I keep sitting up there stating is that out of all of the groups that Africans can basically try to claim, because if we're to go from the out of Africa theory, everybody is African, how come they never had these conversations with the Aboriginals of Australia? Why they never have this with the darker complected people up there in New Zealand, right? Why they never had this conversation with those in the Philippines, right? The darker complected Asians of, northern regions of, let's say, like China, Japan, Korea, and all these other places. Why is it that these Africans only see their way to specifically speak on Black Americans and trying to tell specifically Black Americans and only Black Americans that they're African, right? So let's continue.
I never said you're being emotional. I said you're speaking from a space of feelings. The information
That's emotional, sis.
No, hear me out. Please allow me to finish. I've given you facts, right, about history, right?
You're giving us small facts about a small history. You don't know the history. You said that England didn't get their ass kicked when they got it.
No, allow me. Okay.
England got their ass kicked, but then they came back and won. They when they first came to America,
they lost again.
The first time they came in 1585, sorry, they came with 100 people, no guns. They didn't really come to fight. They were explorers. They came back in 1607 and they won, which was because they came prepared. If that's what you're referring to, they came back and they literally took what they wanted to.
The little ass part of America.
I mean, they seized other colonies later. That ain't my business. They seized Belize. They seized a bunch of places in the Americas constantly.
Okay, well, are we talking about United States?
If we're talking about the U.S., even the 13 colonies, they seized that.
The 13 colonies was against England, if you didn't know.
Yeah, but
13 colonies was kicking England ass with us. We was kicking their ass together.
Later. That was 300 years later.
When they got their ass kicked again.
Yeah, but that was 300 years later.
It don't matter.
And when they got pushed out, America's still like a former British colony.
It's a former everything colony because they've been fighting us for years, and we still here.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what y'all failed to understand. Go look up California. Look up who that's named after. Queen Califia.
Patrico, no one's saying that you're not still fighting. I would agree. Even today in 2026, you are not.
No, but what I'm saying is you took those ships, right, and you did a mathematical equation, and you made that just it was millions because they took all them little ass trips. Right? And if you go look at it, if you do a quick Google search at how many slaves were transported to North America from Africa, North America.
It was about a quarter of a million.
A quarter of a million.
Yeah, it was
a quarter of a million.
About the U.S. specifically, right?
The U.S. Yeah. Go do a quick search. If you go to Slave Voyages,
it's a quarter of a million.
If you go to slavevoyages.org, it's way less than that.
Okay, but Patrico, do you understand that those slaves? Again, I'm not trying to. This isn't a school pointing thing. This is I'm just having a conversation.
Oh yeah, no, I was wrong. Sorry, it was between 388K to 450,000.
Right. Now these people, right?
Out of how many? Out of how many?
Out of the millions.
It was about 4 to 6% of all people that were brought to America.
4%. 4% came to the United States.
Yes. Now, Patrico, do you also understand that those people were forced to procreate as well?
With who?
With each
they
other.
Were forced to procreate with other Africans.
With each other.
No, they were forced to create with the
Irish
Indians.
people.
They were forced to create with the indigenous.
Yeah, there was some Afro-Indigenous people. There were some Afro-Indigenous people that they did.
Afro-Indigenous is a new name that y'all plaster. Y'all do it to the Mexicans, Afro-Latinos.
You know what, Patrico? What you're saying isn't actually.
Yeah, there was Seminoles, those Afro-Indigenous groups that still exist today.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen at all. I'm not saying it didn't happen at all, but the reality is that it happened to the minority. The majority of those slaves were forced to procreate with each other. And what you're doing now by saying that they were forced to procreate with the indigenous people, it's literally you saying that they were forced to mix with the indigenous people, procreate with those, to almost wipe out the African bloodline. So you're doing anything.
No, I'm not talking about wiping. I didn't say that. You just put words in my mouth, and you talking about me speaking off of feelings.
So there's Afro-Indigenous people in Brazil. There's Afro-Indigenous
words in my mouth. There were when they first got here, they documented the people that they saw. Those people had woolly hair and brown and black skin. Okay, there are photos.
Yeah,
You
but
could
brown
go.
skin, you realize like Indians are seen as brown as
I
in
got red skin
East
right now.
Indians.
My skin is red, like clay. That's my skin. I
East
got
Indians
cousins.
are considered brown.
We're all different colors.
I can
Brown
guarantee you,
Italians at one point were
Joe. Hold
considered
on, hold
brown.
on. I can
So when you say
guarantee you
someone
that
was
you and
described as
I.
having brown skin,
No,
Sorry,
I'm
Joe.
talking about the photos. You go
But
look at the photos.
yeah, but
They
the
look just like we look right now. Go look up Emblem of America.
the first camera was
It's
created
in the
in
museum.
1826.
Look up Emblem of America. We talk about portraits that were painted of our people. Emblem of America.
I don't know
Also,
if Chris is still here.
Afro-Indigenous
There's
people exist, but
Arabites.
then there's
Sorry, Joe.
non-Afro-Indigenous
Why
people.
anytime somebody is indigenous and they're
Sorry,
melanated, you gotta throw Afro on there?
Because they have two heritages.
No, they're indigenous.
There's
You don't
Afro-Indigenous
call
people, then there's
you
indigenous
don't
people.
call a Australian an Afro-Australian.
You call them
You call them
Aboriginal.
an Aborigine.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I just heard her talking, and she's been very disrespectful by
Yeah.
trying to tell us who we are. We are not from Africa.
I mean, that's your
Stop taking
opinion.
what you learn from whitey people and think that you can tell us who our ancestors.
Wait. Where did you get your info that you're not from Africa from? You used white sources as well, right?
I don't use the white sources. I'm talking about bloodline.
What
My
sources
family
did you
is
use
not
to
It's
find out?
called
my
genealogy.
family bloodline.
Yeah, but genealogy, that's also white man's paperwork.
Let me
No,
finish.
it's not.
Let me finish, please. My great grandmother, she's 98. Her husband is 100. Their parents is still on their land. They're buried on the same land. They've been having that land that passed down from generation to generation. I don't need a whitey person to tell me who I am. I find it strange that all over this planet was melanated at one point. It was just all melanated everywhere. But now it seems the white man is pushing this African narrative and most people is buying into it.
What was the melanated? Sorry.
You can't prove any of what you're talking about.
I
But
mean, she did.
Can I finish, please? She's speaking. Can I finish, please? Once someone is melanated, it seems to be, yes, you are from Africa. There's continents of people all over the planet with melanated skin, and they're not from Africa. Their ancestors don't know anything about Africa because Africa is one continent in the world. So my thing is, we can't be disrespectful to each other by telling people who they are.
Right. And you heard that person. Obviously, she has an accent. She is probably from the islands, but she specifically spoke. Right. So you heard the one dude up there, Joe, right? The whole, African flag and all that other type of stuff. He has this, again, you can hear the UK directly in him. It's always them that want to start these arguments and these conversations because they think that they know better than everybody else. It's crazy how Africans in the UK feel that they can speak on Black Americans and try to sit up and tell them, oh, no, you don't know your actual history. We know your history, so we're going to tell you what it is. Well, they don't know nothing. Like I said, they're running to and from away from Africa, but they magically have enough wherewithal, right, to be educated on Black Americans, somebody that they ain't really never even encountered or actually been around at all. But they know everything that there is to know about Black American history. Crazy work, diabolical, 100%. They know everything about us, but they know nothing about what's going on back at home, nor are they trying to fix anything, dealing with home, dealing with the government, or trying to uplift their people directly back there. And the lady from the islands, the Aboriginal lady directly from the islands, her, what's the name, still highlighted. She spoke and she was like, hey, I don't need any of that stuff that you're talking about. My paperwork is looking at my parents. She said her mother was like 99 or 98 or whatever, and then her father was like 100, and they're still on the land that their parents originally had. Yeah, that's paperwork right there. And notice how that African dude up there, Joe, he ain't had nothing to say. He was dead silent. He couldn't refute. He couldn't sit up there and say nothing because it bypassed all of the nonsense that he was sitting up there stating. Like I said, these folks out here, they don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. But let's keep going.
We have to learn from each other. And I find it what she was just saying, she can't prove anything, but she was just spewing what she learned in school. Why did all this information that they spoon feed us, how is it benefit in our people? Because now they're doing everything to remove us from off our land.
I mean,
Why
she
do they
did
keep
prove
telling
it
us
though.
who we are and sending us to trying to force us to go to somewhere where we're not from? It's to do with the land.
Wait, who's forcing
Everything
you
is
to come to
fall
Africa?
back
Sir?
to the land. That's what
Who's
it is.
forcing you to
It
come to
falls
Africa?
back to the land. We are not from Africa. I am not an African.
Wait, Aboriginal. You said,
Never
hold on.
have, never been. None of my family is from Africa.
Go up and mute.
No, I'm not going on mute because
It's
you said something
disrespectful. I don't know your name.
disrespectful.
You don't know my name?
and tell
Yes,
people
thank you.
where they are from.
I'm not telling anyone where they're from. I don't care.
Yes, you are.
Can I respond to
No, you cannot.
Aboriginal, I want to ask you a question.
No, you
You're
cannot.
not mod here, so I'll just
No,
start
you
yelling.
cannot, brother.
You're not mod. You're
Sorry,
not mod.
Joe.
You're Pan-African, brother.
Can
Oh,
I
wait,
I was trying to
Aboriginal.
speak. I was trying to speak before when I come up
I
here.
want to ask you a question. You said people are
No, you
forcing
can
you off the
speak when I'm
land.
done. You can speak
No,
when I'm done.
I'm speaking to original.
You can speak when I'm done.
No,
All right,
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm the new host. I'm the new
No, you're
guest,
not
right?
the new host. You're not the new host.
I'm the new guest, right?
Arawak.
Am I the
Yeah,
new
but she said
guest?
a statement. I have the
Allow
chance to respond to
me to
her.
speak. No, allow me
Joe,
to
just hold.
speak, bro.
Oh,
We don't hear
Arawak.
nothing you got to say.
Okay,
You're trying to
Arawak.
force this African thing down
I
people's
ain't
throats.
forcing no
And
one to be from nowhere.
we're telling you, the people from the countries of the Americas saying we ain't African. So we don't care what you Africans have to say. If you're African, then after Africa, bro. It's simple. But you can't be enforcing everybody because
Do you
you're
see
black
anyone being
and you're
forced to be
African.
African here?
So,
You're
Patrico,
trying
when
to
I
force people to be African. You're trying to
Who's
force
forcing you
people
to be
from a
African?
different continent, sir, that to try and label them as African when we're not African. And we're telling
Who
you we're
labeled you
African.
as African?
Who the hell? The white man.
So the
The
white
white
saying I forced you to be African.
yeah, but we are the people
You're
telling
forcing
you
that
from the
narrative.
Americas, yes, that we are not from that continent. And you use an African bubble. I keep telling
Go
my
suck
people
your
from the
mom,
same
bro.
continent. Yeah, do you want to say
Don't
that
tell
in
me,
real life,
don't
sir?
call no one
Do
an
you want to say that in
African
real life,
bubble,
sir,
bro.
Joe?
this is
Would you
a
like to say that in real
emotional.
life,
You're
Joe?
being
It's
disrespectful.
not
I haven't
emotional.
Understand the
disrespected
difference
you,
between
bro.
feelings and
You are
emotional
trying to
now.
force people to be
No,
African,
you're
brother.
calling me an
You're trying to
African bubble,
force.
African this.
Yeah, you're
Not
African bubble.
Patrico.
You're
So,
African bubble, brother. I'm in
what?
the business.
And
Like,
people
why
are
are you so
passionate
weird,
about
From
who
the
bro?
they are
Americas, we're
because
He's
African, brother.
disrespected
you're
you,
being
bro.
Yeah,
disrespectful.
Arawak. No, it's fine.
We're
No,
talking about people's
wait,
history. No, we're
wait,
talking about
Trico,
people's
he
history that
dissed
you
me
know.
in his
And we're telling you we're
rebuttal.
not from there.
They don't know what
I
they're
don't give a
doing. They don't know
Trico, have
that
I
we
been
chop out from the
disrespectful to
bumper
you,
car
bro?
head,
what
bitch.
you're
Shut
trying
your
to
mouth,
do is
bro.
very
Go suck
dangerous.
your
Shut your
mom.
mouth, bro.
And
Yeah,
most
do you
of
say that
you
in real
never lived
life?
through
I
colonization,
would say it to you in real
so you
life.
don't know what
Yeah,
you're
you would. No,
talking
you
about.
wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
I
Because you
promise,
Africans don't run your mouth to West Indians, bro. Don't run your mouth. You're on the
bro, I
internet.
promise you it
In
would.
real life, brother, in the
I'm
West,
from Southwark. We do what we
when
want
you
here.
Africans around West Indians, you don't run your mouth, bro.
I promise you in South London we
Let's be
do.
honest, brother. In when
It's not
Africans
the
are around West
90s. It's
London
not the
people,
80s.
they don't run their mouth, bro. Better shut your mouth, man.
Stop muting
Stop
me,
acting
bro.
bad.
What do you mean,
Stop
bro?
acting bad for
What are
the
you talking
internet,
It's the
brother.
about?
90s.
But
How do you turn this
as I
don't
was
run your
saying,
mouth bullshit? Oh my days.
If I mute
How did
you,
you
you're
say
done,
turn
bro.
like this?
yeah, sure. Yeah, you Africa that bad now. But remember, you run things in London, innit?
We
West
run
Indians
things
run
No, you
now,
things in
don't.
though.
Africa.
No,
No,
you
you
don't.
don't.
You run
South
You
of the
nothing.
Africans
river
getting
is
dipped.
The
us.
You
government
Africans
run
getting
things, bro.
deported for scammers,
You don't
bro.
own anything.
South of
But
the river
anyway,
is
What do you run things?
us.
yeah,
You don't run
that's
nothing.
fine, sir.
I don't think
That's
we need
fine,
to
You don't
sir.
run nothing. No one runs anything,
But we
bro. The
don't need
government runs everything.
to
yeah,
hear African
let
people running
Arawak,
their mouth and spitting the white man
Mm.
rhetoric. You need to love the white man, man. Move your blood clot. On the African people like running your bomb buck like man. We'll fix on the business of the brother. I'm not here to argue with Africans, but it's very annoying to keep hearing African people enforcing what the white team man says, like the white team man's correct. Like the white team man know our history. Does the white team man knows African people history? Because since you love speaking about the white man, so the white man knows African people's history, right? So the white man saying, yes, man, African come from monkeys. Is that true? Do Africans come from monkeys? So you want to listen to the white man? Let's listen to the white man. That's white. Does Africans come from monkeys? Eh? Do Africans come from monkeys? So you want to listen to the white man? Eh? Talking about bagger stuff. But we're tired of you Africans, man. Move your blood clot.
And that was the main part that I stopped directly, and it was about like a good 30 minutes. I probably turned into like a part 2, but that was one of the parts that I loved the most, because you had two Africans, you had one African African female, one African male up there trying to tell Black Americans, oh, you guys are Black, you guys are from Africa, you got African ancestry, you don't know your history. We got to sit up there and tell you education, da 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 da. And then you have people come up there basically tell them like, no, stop doing this. It's like, yo, nobody likes when y'all do this because y'all ain't making no type of sense. Y'all being ridiculously disrespectful. And how it is that you want to come and talk directly to people as if you are the know-it-alls, as if you know everything, right? And just like how the African dude wanted to sit up there and be like, yeah, the white man basically said this, that, and the third. And the dude on the panel, he was like, okay, so if the white man is so correct with his information, so when the white man basically says that Africans come from monkeys, so that's true then, right? And you didn't hear nothing. Even from the African woman that's still up there, a part of the panel, she was silent. She ain't had nothing to say because they realized how stupid they look. Because I'm like, you want to cherry pick certain stuff. So you want to believe on one end when they basically say that out of Africa theory and everybody's basically African, right? You want to go off of that, and then you, by way of that, use that to try to claim Black Americans and our culture and all this other type of stuff. But then you want to bypass and overlook when they set up there and said that Africans basically evolved from monkeys. Dead silence on that. Don't want to dissect that. Don't want to sit there, let that simmer for a bit. You want to flip that over to see, how that's cooking. Nah, they don't care nothing about that. They magically, they never heard of it. They've never seen it. They didn't see any books or nothing. But the only thing that they do know and what does register is, Black Americans, they're African. They don't know their history and all this other type of stuff and yada 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 and rah 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 rah. Right. Matter of fact, I do have a video that fits within that one thing there. Let me see if I could find that clip really quickly. Let me see. Hopefully I can, because it was a part of a podcast, and you ended up having another guy that was from the UK deciding that he wanted to give his 2 cents on Black Americans. And I'm like, here we go again with this nonsense. I'm like, why is it every single time when it deals? I'm not looking for that dude. That's another one right there, but I ain't looking for him. Well, let me see. Let me just click on this. I don't think this is the clip. Let me just see something. Nope. That was a lady talking about the music industry. That was a guy trying to sell $30 plates. Try to find this as quick as possible. Might not be able to find it real quick. Let me see if I go to bookmarks and scroll, because usually if I was very smart, I should have bookmarked the video possibly. Actually, funny enough, I'm looking through these bookmarks and I'm like, yo, found him. Gotcha. We got him, guys. We got him. And I done seen this dude like multiple times. And the thing that's the killing part, where these Africans want to talk about Black Americans, they always make sure to talk about Black Americans while being dressed as Black Americans. That needs to be studied. But we're going to take a listen directly to this foolishness.
Quickly touch on is what you just said about how certain people don't know where they're from. Americans. How do some of them motherfuckers be coming up to us English? Yeah, if we was to say to them, where you from? Be like,
to us English,
I'm Black American, African American. Yeah, but where are you from? You're not just Black American. Like, I understand that that's part of it. If someone was to ask where I'm from, part of it is English. I was born here. I've got it in my blood. But I also know where I'm from. Descendants, they don't know.
Because it's slavery. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to the slavery thing of, I don't really know, but it's hundreds of years ago. It's obviously down the bloodline. They don't know where they're from. So for families of generations, it's South Carolina, Texas, Mississippi, whatnot. But they may not know the African roots or whatnot. But
I think the difference is that obviously you were born here, you have some English in you, but like your parents weren't born here. But a lot of the Black Americans...
No, my mom and dad were born here.
Oh, they were born here.
And my dad has white in him, which is why I'm quarter white.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
so I actually have English in me.
But
their
two
grandparents, all of them were born in the US.
Two generations ago is a different country. For them, it'd be like 8 generations ago, it would still be in the same place. But I remember, I think I heard like an interview, like Lil Baby said he went to like a footballer's party, and then he was come across all these international people, and they'd be like, "Where you from?" He'd be like, "From Atlanta," and people like, "No, like, where you from?" The guy's like, "Bro, Atlanta, bro. Like, that's all I know." Which is like why I think stuff like a lot of people get into like ancestry, DNA, and whatnot. But then you also, if you look at with the Black Americans as well, even though it may not, was some things of African culture roots, what ties into it, whether it's hairstyling or nail styling or whatnot. But you can also commend them for how much culture that they've done, which has influenced the whole world, bro.
And you know, I was gonna sip and give credit, but then I heard a but. And I'm like, yeah, can't move that fast. There's always going to be some type of but there, and you know, people are gonna walk that line only so far. They're going to walk that line to give Black Americans credit only so long, and then it's going to magically shoot to, you know, some other type of nonsense. But let me just pull back to this fool. Looks like a straight clown. It's perfect how the frame basically is, where you got the clown hats directly above him, and what, because that's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. He is African. He is clearly African. He was like, yeah, I got, you know, something is white in my family, so I got English, you know, directly in. I thought, you know, but you talking about that, you know, you're African and that, and now this. Oh, okay, all right, whatever. Like I said, it's kind of weird to prop or to put that part directly up in there, which nobody asked specifically for, but whatever. But again, he's talking about that he's also African, but he's, you know, also English, quote unquote, UK. I don't see nothing UK here. When I look at this, I see early 2000s Black American men, teenagers. That's what I'm looking at. Do-rag, he got the cubic zirconia, he got the, you know, the one piece of jewelry, he got the hat directly on, tilted to the side. Yeah, this is what cosplaying look like. This is what people who say that they got an identity but don't really have an identity culturally, this is what that looks like. And this is why Black Americans get on those in the UK every single day, because I ain't never seen none of these Africans in the UK dressed as Englishmen. I've never seen it. I've just never, it doesn't exist. It just does not exist. Like I said, it's crazy to me that you say that you're African and you are also English, but yet I don't see a fusion. I don't see you doing African and English, you know, fusion styles. You're typically dressed like this as Black Americans from the early 2000s. You know, you looking like Chingy out here. You looking like, you know, Tip, you know, Snoop Dogg, like old John Cena, even though John Cena ain't Black, but John Cena got it from us, but y'all know what I'm saying. Like you looking at all of this old stuff directly right there, and I'm seeing that directly on you in this day and age. Yeah, all right. Like, this is what I imagine if they wanted to do blackface in this day and age, they would have like Jack Harlow dressing like this, and you know, with the bug eyes, Zatarans, it'll be, you know, something like that, because that's what this dude look. Matter of fact, I got to make sure to make this a front cover. This is a great freeze right there. I got to make sure that got to be a front for a video right there. So let me just take that screenshot. Yeah. Matter of fact, let me show y'all another cosplayer. Like I said, shout out to those out there that supported that supported him. Now we got a white music soul child directly about here. And it's because of those out there that wanted to support this clownery. So this is Jack, because I gotta go over the cosplaying type of thing, because like I said, I remember Music Soul Child dressing like this in the 2000s, right? But because you got clowns out here that want to sit up there and support anything, now you got this boy up here coming out with like a neo soul album. This is what clownery looks like. This is what those who always, you know, in a sense, speak negatively about black men, this is where the world turns to now. Now this is the brand new image of neo soul. Nobody on this planet had anything to do with neo soul. We can just 100% state that. Black Americans were the only ones. But now he's the face. Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right. Like I said, it's crazy. Well, like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody if y'all don't. D Money said music snow child bars. Let me oh, I got you. Let me put that up there. Bars. That should be the brand new album cover right there. Music snow child. Like, yo, that's wild. Like, that is 1,000% wild. Like, this is what it looks like when black music gets colonized, and this is exactly what black people be talking about. What does he know anything about neo soul? He came onto the scene as a white rapper. Now you're doing a neo soul album. How? What do you know anything? What about your life led you down the road to have an understanding or any type of fundamentals of structuring a neo soul album? What in that will black people look at and be like, yeah, I 100%, I dig what it is that what's his name? I forgot his name real quick. I dig what it is that Jack Harlow's doing. Yeah, that neo soul album from that white boy. Yeah, it's the best neo soul album since neo soul was created. Yeah. And note how you don't see white people pushing this. Note how you don't see white people talking about this. They're not on TikTok trying to glaze any of this. Like I said, white people are very selective in what it is that they want to take. Now, if this became popular, I promise you there will be a lot of white content creators on TikTok. They'll be sitting up there trying to mimic and sing and dance and do all of these crazes that they normally like to do. But again, black people ain't pushing this. So it's not going nowhere. It's technically dead in the water. There's going to be a lot of money that'll have to be pushed in order to make this something. Like I said, there was a Justin Timberlake album. There was not Justin Timberlake album. There was a record where it was Justin Timberlake and Jay-Z. And I remember they had to play that record so much in order to make people like it. I think it was like Suit and Tie. I think it was. It should have been Justin Timberlake and Jay-Z. Originally, I never liked the song. But then, of course, as which they normally do, they put money behind it. They start spending it on everything. And then it's like, because you've heard it so many times, now you're slowly bobbing to it. Like I said, it's going to be this exact same thing. Like I said, it's crazy. Diabolical. 100%. But what are you gonna do? Like I said, I'm waiting for white folks to sit up there and take over rap. It's slowly but sure. And like I said, shout out to Scarface, because he said give it about a good 15 to 20 years and rap is gonna be white. And he is correct. You can already see what's happening with neo soul. So yeah, it's only a matter of time before it gets gentrified. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. But anyways, we're gonna shift this to a more serious conversation here, away from Jack the cosplaying Harlow, and we're going to which video do I want to put directly up? I'll do the first one, right? And this is something that I've talked about 99 different times. So as I normally say, and I'm going to say it when I happen to cover this in the solo video, you can either hate me now or you can hate me later. But in some way, shape, or form, you are going to hate me, right? So this popular influencer, as I said, Ashley Janae, was found dead. The death of Portland-based influencer Ashley Janae in Tanzania has sparked widespread demand for justice from her friends and family. As of April 12th of 2026, public interest surged after a prominent PR executive, Savannah Britt, publicly disputed the official account of the tragedy. Her fiance, who is white, Joe McCann, founder and CEO of Asymmetric Financial, allegedly told authorities that she died by herself, right? And Britt strongly rejected the narrative in writing this quote, "We need justice for my friend Ashley Janae, who was found dead in her hotel in Tanzania, and her fiance, who was white, Joe McCann, claims that she did it herself. Anyone who knows Ash knows she would never commit this, and we need answers now." But the craziest part is that before, like 2 weeks before this happened, there were messages on her social media where people are warning her. They were like, "Yo, this dude is going to sit up there and get you. One way or another, this dude is going to sit up there and get you." And here we are. Here we are. And this happened in Africa. Like I said, any of those divestors, any of the ones that like I said, I don't bite, so don't be afraid. You can pull up to the scene. It's completely cool and fine. We can have this conversation. For the divestors out there who normally sit up there and talk badly about Black American men, and y'all want to list the femicide rates. Y'all want to sit up there and say that we're so detrimental to the world and the community and to the very existence to Black women and children directly out here. I need you to explain this to me. Not only is this white guy American, but he took her from America over there to Africa to no longer be seen. She is literally with the ancestors right now. So I'm just trying to figure out when will a lot of those divestors, or the ones that normally say a lot of abhorrent and negative things about Black American men, when are they going to get on social media and broadcast this? When are they going to do the hashtags, the t-shirts, the marches? They're going to do the countless videos, throughout the week, basically talking about this guy, his family, anything that they were able to find out about previous girlfriends on how he was abusive. This isn't the first time that this is happening. And I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out, because that's a little bit crazy to me. And then the other craziest thing to me, and this is why I don't feel sorry, right? So let me take it directly to this one here, right? So you can clearly see her, doing these videos. She got an eyelash video and all this other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. Oddly enough, I decided to go to her social media, and she decided to repost something that I found to be very interesting. You might not be able to see it, but it's in the lower right-hand corner. So I gotta actually go to the image so I can zoom it in for myself so I can properly read it, right? In the lower right-hand corner, it says the state of dating Black men in 2026, right? They said a field report from a successful Black woman who refuses to struggle for love, right? So basically, quote unquote, surviving, Black men, right? So then we go from that, and then we go to some, I'm not going to call it problematic, but we'll go to some other images here that I was able to capture. Did I properly put that directly up here? I did not. Wait. Oh. There we go. So let's look at some of the things that this young woman basically wrote, right? She said, "Every day Black men wake up and find new ways to embarrass us." Another post that she had, she said, "My baby is going to be mixed when I have a child, LOL." Another post, she said, a response, she said, "Ooh, brother, I see 305 in your bio. Let's talk about all of the Miami men, not white, beating their women still. Or is that too touchy, I guess, of a subject? Go live your life while I live mine." I guess within the circumstance and the framing of the story, she did live her life. Life comes at you fast. Life comes at you very, very fast. And as stated before, a lot of people tried to warn her in the comment section. She didn't want to sit up there and listen. She didn't want to hear the words. And these are the things that she wanted to say directly online. And it's like, oops. It's like, well then. That's some crazy work. I'm not sure who D-Lo is, but I'm pretty sure if I don't happen to pack you up, my moderators will. Matter of fact, because people been spamming this a little bit too much, we're just going to get you up out of here. Let me see. Reggie said, yo, have you noticed this thing where black women trying to get their black friends to hang out with their white boyfriends? I mean, I've not, I don't know anything about it. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing about it. I don't know nothing about it. But I promise you, there's going to be a divester directly out there that is going to pick up this guy here. I promise you that. I bet you that. I bet you that. Like I said, it's crazy how these folks can normally get online, and even when I do solo videos, they'll magically see the video and they'll decide to possibly pop in and say something, or better yet, they may be here directly in this live stream somewhere in the chat, sitting in the background, just chilling somewhere in the darkness near Pluto. For whatever reason, they don't want to come directly into the light. They like normally talking when it is that it's a solo video. I can't respond like this, a back and forth. They for whatever reason, they're shooketh. They don't want to ever sit up to speak on that. Or then if they are brave enough to speak, what they do is they'll be like, that's bad, but let's talk about what you black men do to black women. Let's talk about what black men do to the black men. They'll decide to go on that whole rant. But I'm like, isn't this one of your girls? Isn't this a well-to-do black woman that basically saw the light in life, and she was against the dusties, and she went off and got her snow king, and her white knight, however it is that y'all basically want to sit up there and put it. Isn't that what she did? She went out there and got the bag, right? She's not with the brokies, as they like to sit up there and say. She used discernment, right? That's the word that they like to use, right? Instead of her dating with black men or whatnot, or even just being to herself, she decided to use her discernment to basically internalize, like, okay, well, actually being with this white man would actually be better because of XYZ and all this other type of stuff. So, she wanted to make a bet against the house. She went to Vegas and she lost that bet. And I said 99 different times, I'm like, for those black women out there that's always like divestors and all this other type of stuff, I'm like, y'all don't actually really love black women. Yeah, there is no love in your body when it deals with other black women, because every time I see stories like this, y'all never pull up to the scene to really take up for these women. Whenever they disappear, whenever they're found in drywall, whenever they're found in a burnt car, an abandoned car, the side of a freeway, whenever their bodies are just whatever, y'all never really pull up to say anything or talk against it. Y'all be talking real silent, real light. Because it was like, yeah, this is bad. I should call it out, but I don't want to mess up the opportunity with me sitting up there getting my white God and living the happy life, because realistically, you want to be on the same platform as white women. Like, it's crazy work. It's diabolical. That is 100%. Glenda Hampton, what is up? What is up? You said I can do bad all by myself. Don't need white or black or white it. Wait, I'm a little bit confused on that. I'm a little bit. I guess I get what you're saying, right? That's great. That's awesome. And I'm going to guess, looking at the name Glenda, I'm going to guess that you are a older woman, right? So cool. You are pretty much, everything is solidified and it is written in stone. Cool, no problem. But the problem is that you have this younger black woman. Like I said, if you look directly at her, she stunning. There's nothing wrong with her at all. Looks great. But she took a gamble. She took a risk, and that risk and that gamble did not pay off at all. And I see a lot of older black women who primarily tell the younger black women out here, they scare them away from dating or trying to be with black men. They want to list all of these stories. They want to sit up there. Oh, all of these stats. These are all the black men, all the black men, all the black men. This is all black men do. Right. It's all of that stuff directly online. But yet I never see those same exact scare tactics when it deals with men of other races. And I've brought up stories of all races doing things to black women. Like I said, even outside of dating, there was a black woman that just went over to Africa and she lost her life. And her family are trying to find answers. I think they got a GoFundMe and everything like that. I've heard umpteen stories of black women losing their lives abroad. And magically, I don't really see responses from the black female divesting community. Like I said, it's a bit weird to me. Because like I said before, Black women sit up there and say that they are for all black women. They're for the betterment. They're for them using discernment and getting the best out of life. And they specifically stated on all of their platforms, in order to get the best out of life, you can never and at all ever be with a black man, because a black man can never give you that. So, like I said, what was the story that I covered a while ago with the dude from the Seahawks, where he literally stated he beat the mess out of a black woman so badly that she went unconscious on the floor. This dude was sitting up there eating a Subway sandwich over her body, and she woke up and moved, and he was like, "Oh, you're still alive?" Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. Who was that? Chad Wheeler? Buddy is cold. Buddy is cold. Buddy is cold. Diabolical. Diabolical in nature. What was it? As you said, there are still black women defending the white guy in the third pin picture on their IG. Like I said, isn't it? Hey, so be it. Like I said, let all of them line up and go directly with them. Let all of them line up and be directly with the. Like I said, people don't learn nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, this is why I don't be feeling bad about stuff. Hey, much love. Alonzo, what is up? What is up? You said shout out for the $10 dono. You said enjoy the show. Thanks, brother. Gotta go. And good space. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also happy that you were able to take some enjoyment directly from the show, or something there maybe might have helped you a little bit through the work period and the work day and all of those things. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. VR, that's the name I ain't seen in a minute. What's up? You said these cases are rarer than black men killing black women. That's not the point. That's not the point. Like this is why I be sitting up here. This is what I be. Wait, hold on. Maybe I read that wrong. Right? You said those cases are rare. Then I'll put it to you like this. Right? The main point that I'm in a sense saying, right? Because maybe you might be agreeing or not. I'm not sure. But this is my point. My main point for bringing this type of stuff up is that if folks genuinely sit up there and say that they actually care about the lives of black women, for me, I don't see it. And again, I'm a black male content creator. I don't even have to care about this. I don't have to do stories or even add this into a live stream. I can let this go directly into the abyss and not even bring no awareness directly to it. But I still do. Regardless of the comments that I sit up there and get 99 different ways where it's like, oh, you hate black women and you're against black women. You're the reason that stuff happens to black. Like I said, I had the most egregious, ridiculous comments come directly my way. Right. And I still sit up there and do this stuff. Like I said, you can't help those out there that don't want to be helped. You just can't. Blue Butterfly said, I'm a black woman. I would never want to be with a white man. I don't care what kind of money. I'm single and will die single. I'm loyal to my race, even if I never marry. Understood. What was it? Reed, what is up? You said, see, she is still ishing on black men while telling the story about divesting murder. Talking about the another person. I got you. Let me see. Wait, did the VR write something else? Hold on. Did I don't know, but let me just highlight VR real quick. Like I said before, I've done these stories multiple different ways. Like I said, shout out to Jason Pope. I did that story, multiple times and rehashed over that story just to sit up there and send a warning to both black women and to the younger black women out here, because for whatever reason, you got a lot of older black women that don't give warnings to these younger black women or these girls out here and let them know the detrimental effects of just liking somebody because of their skin complexion and feeling that they are better. This is how you fall for traps, and this is how you end up with stuff that is incurable. But you can't like I said, you can't help people that don't want to be helped. Let me see. BB said those relationships are also rarer than black relationships. Reed said, oh yeah, I read that one. Got you. Red, what is up? You said also we need to analyze the Western worldview imposed on us. Reed also said, can't tell him ish. Yep. Made event, what is up? You said, I only know about this because you said some, and that's a shame. If they are some sort of advocate, and that's what I'm sitting up here saying. Right? I'm the villain. I'm the bad guy. I'm the one that's not. I'm supposed to be clapping this up. I'm supposed to be cheering this type of stuff up, but I'm trying to bring awareness directly to it. But where are the actual advocates at? Where are the actual black women, the divestors that sit up there and say that they love and care about black women and the lives of black women? They're nowhere to be seen. They're awfully quiet. They're awfully silent when it deals with stories like this every single time. Like I said, this is the umpteenth time throughout the years that I sat up there and brought up stories and issues like this. Like I said, you cannot tell people nothing. So you said you have no problem with black women or men dating other races of people, but more black women are killed by black men in America. People tend to hurt what they're around them, unfortunately. And color me surprised, more white women are killed by white men more than any other race of men. Oops. You can say the same thing for Indian women, Arab women, African. You can take this wherever you want to sit up there and take it when it's dealing with a crime within proximity. See how that works? See, it's crazy. I know it's pretty crazy for people to actually understand that, that's how stuff works, but it be like that. I mean, I guess if we want to sit up there and flip this to another page, since we want to sit up there and say how detrimental black men are to black women, you got black women out here that are very detrimental to children. When it deals with going directly to a doctor and sitting directly on the table, 5, 10, 15, 20 times. But I know, that's a touchy subject and people don't want to bring that up. If we're going to talk about loss of life, if we're going to talk about caring about the kids, caring about the family, caring about the womb, right? Caring about the body of a black woman, right? The same body that has been used historically speaking without anesthetic in order to do different types of surgeries and experiments while a black woman was awake. The same black women are now going to those exact same doctors in order to get a procedure done because they decide to have unprotected relations recklessly multiple times with multiple men, causing them to get pregnant. And now they don't want to deal with that responsibility. So they're willing to tear up their bodies in order to get away with that responsibility instead of basically staying abstinent. All right. See how that works? But again, if I say stuff like that, somebody's going to come around and be like, well, Seji, we can just sit up there and say that, it's the fault of black men because all they have to do is, learn how not to sit up there and sleep with black women. And then, all of that will stop. But I thought black women had control of their bodies last time I checked. Just saying. Just a conversation that we're having, and then they got the narrative of this woman. Yeah, as Mo stated, shout out to Mo. He said, if you really want the attention of our host, just type at SEIJIHITO with your comment. Bars. That's bars. Yo, Davis, what is up, brother? What is up? Somebody said next topic. That's not how that works. Just because you say next topic don't mean it's next topic. This can be the last topic just because I want it to be. So yeah, just saying. Somebody saying who cares? Got you, no problem. You didn't add anything there. Give them said interracial violence is more common than interracial. Intra-racial violence is more common than interracial violence because people are around their own. Mostly a black man is more likely to get accused of SA by a black female than a white one. Yeah. Yep. What is it? Brian said, I don't think it's that complicated. Most people have good intentions. Some people are horrible regardless of what they look like or where they are from. What else do we got directly up here? Let me just check. What are you talking about? Miss, wait, let me, because I'm taking it you must be an older woman, so respectfully, I'm just going to say, hey, how are you doing? I'm taking it that you just got here, because you said, man, what are you talking about? You make no sense talking about black women like that. You are ridiculous. I guess you didn't listen to any. Please tell me how long before I make a response to Miss Monica. How long were you here? You said next. You said you better keep this ish over here on this side because you will get smashed over there on TikTok with this BS. I mean, I guess. I guess it be like that. I mean, I do have a platform directly on TikTok. Please don't give me no ideas. I mean, it be like that. Um, I'm guessing that you just got directly up here, so you caught the tail end of what it is that I stated, and you got emotionally attached, and I'm guessing that you felt attacked, right? Wait, third was like another Istanbul bot account. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's like you. Let me see something real quick. I just like to look at things real quick, right? Da, da, da. Uh. Well, like I said, if you emotionally feel a certain type of way about the conversation, I don't know what to sit up there and specifically tell you. Again, like I said, I specifically spoke on I spoke on very specific black women. But just because I said black women, you automatically wanted to take offense as if you were grouped directly in there. That's a little bit weird. And looking at your picture, if you're not some type of counterfeit or a fake person directly out here, some type of bot, I'm not sure why you would decide to throw yourself directly into that conversation to get so emotionally invested and offended by what it is that I stated without actually listening to the full context. And this is what I be talking about. Where you have too many emotional women that pull directly up and they're not specifically listening to anything that a black man has to state at all. Again, same black man that y'all have a problem with, you was like, oh, if you did this directly over on TikTok, whatever, you'll get murdered and all this other. All right, cool. That's fine. Like I said, TikTok enables people to, do that to people's accounts. Yeah, you're probably right. You know, it be like that. Because people can't actually have a conversation without putting emotions or themselves directly in there. Because for whatever reason, it seems that a lot of folks want to go online and they want to pull up to live stream so that they can get emotionally invested, so they can find a way to get offended, so then that can charge them up. Because instead of a lot of people being charged up about things that happen specifically in their life, dealing with the whole context of their history and the people that did things to them, instead of you having this type of energy with those folks, right, and having that point of view with those folks, you come directly right here. Like I said, that's crazy. But like I said, it's whatever it is. Whatever you need me to sit up there and be, or whatever you see me as, and I'm guessing that you're an older black woman, it be like that. It'd be like that. Let me see. I think what did they sit up there and let me see if I can go back up there real quick. Dun, dun, dun. And all right, you got a profile circa the pandemic, right? Because I'm like, if you're bringing up TikTok, you got to be on TikTok as well, right? Like I said, this is and I want to know. I don't think anybody actually hit the button directly on her because I'm looking directly at the comment section. I don't think anybody hit the button, directly on her, but because oddly enough, I don't see nothing no more. I don't see nothing no more. Let me just check real quick. Let me do something real quick. He said all. Oh, you're talking about black women. Da, 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 da. Somebody redacted their comment. Yeah, for whatever reason, she just all of a sudden stopped talking. That's crazy. Like I said, I was trying to actually have a conversation and just dipped out, which is wild to me. But yeah, like I said before, you cannot help or save those that don't want to be helped and or saved. It's pretty much a lost cause. It'll get you nowhere at the end of the day. And then the craziest part is, let me just speak this real quick. If I as a black American male, I decide to highlight and talk about this story, then number one, I'm doing it the wrong way. It's not the way that they feel that it should be done, right? And then if I decide not to do the story or not to sit up there and highlight and talk about it, then it's like, oh, you don't care about black women. Like it's crazy, how this whole thing tends to work. It's crazy that it tends to work. Like that is diabolical. Wait, who got put in the shadow realm? People just getting thrown directly in here. Man, who all got thrown into the realm real quick? Like that is wild. D Money was like, not yet surgery, but the Lord is willing. Said, yep, the Lord show much grace. You said you're glad that I'm talking about black women, but don't talk about them in a bad way. But I'm trying to figure out like what bad way am I specifically, talking about? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because so let me specify, because again, I'm gonna show some grace. I ain't gonna sit up there and rage out. You're an older woman, so I'm going to sit up there and go that route, right? So what I primarily stated earlier was that when you have black women out here who are divestors, meaning that they hate black men, they talk negatively online about black men, they pedestalize all other men of other races over black men, right? And then in some other instances, you have black women that have social media platforms of which they've showed pictures of, let's say, a young black girl swinging, right? She got her own little swing, and then next to her, how do I say this? You have a Christmas ornament of the male variety as she's on her swing, just enjoying her day, right? And those are the types of pictures and images that I see directly online. So I'm trying to figure out, like, it's crazy how, in a lot of instances, I'll get a lot of pushback when people think that I'm really talking crazy, but it seems as though people are not invested enough to actually look at a lot of these platforms and to listen to a lot of these women on an everyday basis like I have, and to look at a lot of the comments or the images that they just so happen to post. Like I said before, I even gave y'all videos before where older black women, they were clapping it up when they saw white police officers taking the lives of black men and young black boys. But it's like when that type of content is out there, there's really no pushback, right? You don't see, black women trying to push back on that and all this other type of stuff. But then if you have somebody who people want to consider, oh, that's a passport, bro, and look at him, he's sitting up there talking about this Asian woman or this woman of another race, and then he's doing a comparison on his relationships, his own personal relationships, and what he dealt with black women in the United States versus women in other places. This is when all hell breaks loose. This is when people want to lose their minds and they want to sit up there and start talking about, oh, this is why we can't stand black men. And this is why, well, those women of other races, they're going to learn to understand why it is that we feel the way that we feel about black men, and right? And then you get online and they start cheering about black men losing their lives, such as Kevin Samuel. Still to this day, even in my comment section, I still see black women there. They'll pull up to the scene. Whenever I see somebody say they write Kitten Hills, I know they're talking about Kevin Samuels. I'm like, that man still got people so shook after death that they can't even properly say his name like he's Lord Voldemort. I'm like, that's wild to me. And it's like he gave the exact same energy that he originally gave to black men. He gave that directly to black women. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's diabolical. But like I said before, I put it to you like this because you're an older woman, right? I, as a black man, have women specifically in my family who I'm watching because I have no choice. I'm watching and I have the understanding of them basically tearing themselves down because of alcoholism. Now, to Miss Monica, I can state only so many times how much I love black women and how much I care about the black women in my family. But how far is that going to sit up there and get me in trying to save them? It's not. If those women there who want to sit there idly by and they want to waste away in the alcoholism and the beers, the alcohols and the wines that they want to drink their lives away, right? They want to drink their food from morning to afternoon to night. They want to be at the point of not even potentially being able to get up and properly go to the bathroom. I have to sit idly by and basically allow that to happen. There's nothing that I can do as a young black man to sit up there and save those who don't want to be saved. In order for people to save themselves, or in order for them to be saved, they have to be willing to save themselves first. So it's like I like to, bring up real world type of stuff because people always want to make it seem like black men hate black women. But like I said, I'm watching black women tear themselves up in my own family with alcoholism. And there's nothing I can do about it because they're in control. They're independent. They're in control of their own finances, their own money, where they spend it, where they drive and all of that. There's nothing that I can do. I don't have any control of their body. I don't have control over their minds, nothing. And this is when you have a lot of black women, they be like, but oh, well, if you black men were leaders and this, that, and the third, then maybe things would happen. No, I can sit up there and lead a horse to water. That doesn't mean that the horse is going to go directly to that water. I can sit up there and lead the women in my family who are alcoholics to AA meetings. I can sit up there and point them in a direction to go get help. That doesn't mean that they're going to stay there long enough to actually get the help. That doesn't mean that they're going to be accepting of that help. So like I said before, the narrative that black men, talk bad or black men don't love or like black women, to me is crazy. Because like I said, I do what it is that I can. And then you'll have people that'll still pull up there, be like, oh, well, you're not doing enough. You need to sit up there and do more. What? So I need to just give my life over so that they can live a little bit longer in alcoholism? So that they can just drench themselves in more wine, more beer? That doesn't make any type of sense. That doesn't make any type of sense. So like I said before, there's a lot of instances out here where black women are literally tearing themselves up with both drugs, alcohol, and sex addiction. But nobody wants to talk about that. I don't see fields of black women out here talking about these types of things on their platforms, especially the sex addiction part. The promiscuity, the hypersexualization that women basically do and walk directly into. Like I said, this is crazy work, but I'm the villain when I sit up there and start bringing up these issues and these problems. But yet I'm sitting idly by, again, beating a dead horse, watching black women in my family sit up there and wither away due to alcoholism and all this other type of stuff. Like what are we supposed to do with this? Like I said, for we got 240 41 people here. I need some black women in the comment section. I need y'all to let me know what's black men supposed to do about that? Let me know. Because I'm highly confused. Like this is, like I said, this is all types of like wow to me. And it's like magically when you end up coming with like real types of like problems and stuff, it's like magically nobody got nothing to say. It's like magically, like the back and forth that people want to do, it's not there no more. Like I said, man, I don't know. I don't know what to tell folks, man. I do not know what to tell folks anymore. Like I said, it's for me, being a content whole cred, we're just gonna ban you before you even try it. We're just gonna get you up out of here. What was it? I was talking to him. Oh wait, what happened, Shauna? Oh wait, somebody said King went to the shadow realm. Wait, who? That's why he got thrown directly into the shadow realm. Yeah. He said, I don't black men or black women, nothing for real. I let everyone be. It's crazy world. Oh yeah, main event. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Victor Investor, he said, but black women are looking for genuine love, but black men rarely are tapped into genuine love because of their upbringing and hate for their own black skin. I'm a little bit confused. Right. Going from the whole statistical standpoint, right? Single parent household, all that other type of good stuff, right? I'm just trying to figure out. I had black women directly around me, right? And those were the ones that raised me, right? And if we're to go by the statistics and list on how the single parent households are directly out here, we would then say that who is basically raising young black boys out here, because everybody likes to say, oh, black men don't exist, black fathers don't exist, right? So that would then mean that black women are raising these young boys. So if young black boys are basically hating their skin or hating who it is that they are, who in a sense taught them to be that way? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Somebody let me know. I'm trying to figure out something real quick. Because the math is for me, the math is not mathing. The math is not math. And it's like once we start getting directly into this conversation, people start, moving around. You said most black men and women hate their own black skin because they have been hated so much. Well, so you said hated for so long that they grew to just hate themselves. So they go outside of their race in some cases. So how do we go directly from this being about black men not being able to properly love, black women, from how it is that they grew up, to now it's an all lives matter situation where now it's black men and black women? I need people to have a stance. I need people to take a stance directly out there. Like I said, if you feel that black men are incapable of loving black women, it's fine. You can stay directly there. Right? Like I said, I'm not about to sit up there and like rah 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 and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, I expect people, if you feel a certain type of way, stay directly there, 10 toes down. Don't sit up there and move around. Don't all lives matter the situation. Your main comment started directly with black men. Just leave it directly there. There's no reason to add black women directly up in there, because as everybody stated, black women are the ones that truly know love and understand love, and black women are the ones that love their skin. Black men are incapable. Just saying. Duffy man, what is up? Thanks for the $2 dono. You said, who raised that boy is always the answer, and it is not dad. And that's what I'd be saying. Because if we want to be real about the situation, think about all of the times that you have black women who have a significant other, right, or the quote unquote father of the child. They talk bad about the father in front of the son. They'll be like, "Oh, your daddy ain't this, your daddy ain't that. He trash, he broke, he ain't even a man," and all, like, be saying all of the most egregious things that you should never be saying to or in front of a child. So then, if like I told people before, then if you have women saying that directly to the young boy, and he's hearing all of these negative things about men, what do you then think that young boy is going to want to be? Does he want to basically be a man, or does he want to be something that his mother is not going to dislike and hate? What route do you think he's going to sit up there and take? And then that's going to move this to a whole nother conversation that people don't want to go to. But the end result that's going to happen from the conversation is people are still going to blame black men. Victory said going outside of your race gives you validation that you are accepted by the very people who despise you in most cases. Mm. Mm. Well, David said, I personally love all women and don't discriminate. However, what I hate from any race of women is a bad attitude and entitlement. Mm. Wait, Shauna said somebody about to go into the shadow realm. Hey, I keep trying to keep trying to tell people, it's like, hey, you might want to be cool. I got got a lot of black women here who are moderators. I'm like, hey, like I said before, I keep trying to tell people, hey, can't save everybody. Be like that. Maine said, and my boy loves his mama. I don't ever talk ish about her in front of him either. 0 times in 10 years. Shout out to you. Much love. And like I said, and the thing about that is, and that's the way that it should be. And I put it to you like this: the craziest part is that no matter what a lot of fathers go through, fathers are the main ones that will try to allow the child to believe the image of the woman that they see. On the reverse end, because the relationship ended up however it ended up, you'll have a lot of women out here that will opt to. Give me 1 second. So yeah, where was that? But yeah, the whole situation, like I said before, is 100% crazy. In a lot of instances, the fathers will make sure to allow the child to basically have the image of that mother, right? Holier than thou, doesn't do anything wrong, and all this other type of stuff. And on the other end, you'll have the mothers out here preaching and saying the worst about the father, even though you can actually prove that that is not everything that she is saying is not who that man is. Like, the dude has spent money. It could be for child support. He spent money directly on birthdays, for field trips, for brand new clothes. Even to some extent, he might have even helped the woman get a brand new apartment, or different things of that sort. Again, some way, some fashion, or form, try to make sure that everything was everything, but still gets bad mouth, still gets told that he's not a father, he's not a real man, that he's never present, that he's not there, that he doesn't love his kids. And they'll sit up there and repeat that exact same nonsense to the kids, basically involving the kids in an adult situation which they shouldn't be involved in, also enabling the kids to have a type of hatred and or disdain, which is crazy to me. Like I said, never at any point in time, I don't care how my relationship basically went with the woman, I would never fix my face or my soul to sit up there and place or to have my child in an area of where they have a hatred or disdain for their mother. If they're going to learn that, they're going to learn that when they're older, or they're going to learn that by the actions that she decides to perform. Like, I would never sit up there and pull some nonsense like that. But everybody different. Everybody is different, and sometimes when you got hurt mothers out here, they're willing to place that hurt directly onto children who are undeserving. so that, everybody's hurt. And I've seen this specifically, especially if children have a very good or great relationship with the father. Oh yeah, you got mothers out here that will go 1,000%. They'll go full force and to try to ruin that relationship and that happiness because they're like, well, if I can't be happy, then can't nobody be happy. I'm ruining this for everybody. That's crazy. It's diabolical. That's crazy. Diabolical part is when I got people directly up here, I'm just going to get rid of you real quick. That decided that they wanted to sit up there and speak on my mom, and my mom is not problematic. And then you wanted to try to speak on my mom's like sexuality, which is a bit weird. That doesn't even make any type of sense. My mom never talked bad about my father at all. So I was like, weirdos. 1,000%. But yeah. Like I said, just because you got problems and issues directly with your mom, doesn't mean that everybody's in that same boat. It be like that. Talk to God about that, along with being in the shadow realm. Like I said, we ain't doing that. Investors said you can't love anyone until you love yourself. Loving yourself is not easy. That's why finding God first is vital for all healthy relationships. Well, you can. This is the thing. I don't really try to put relationships directly in this. I mean, not relation. I'm sorry. I don't really try to put religion directly in this because everybody believes in different religions. And I'm not going to be the type of person to say that there's an end all to be all to any and all religions. I'm not going to sit up there and and do that. People are free to believe in whatever it is that they want to sit up and believe, as long as you're not hurting kids, right? But away from the religion part, everything else, that's the exact same thing I said in other conversations. It's like, hey, people got to learn how to love themselves and all those other types of things, and then other things will fall in place. Not saying that it's 100%, because you can love yourself, and then you have other people that's not there yet, and then they can decide to enter directly into your life, basically trying to break down and tear down all of that while also taking down the parts that they broke down and carried it off somewhere, leaving you broken and at zero, right? Again, all of that stuff can sit up there and happen as well. Duffy Man said hurt women allow their hurt feelings to dictate how their child should be raised. It hurts no one but the children and allows the children room for resentment later. Yeah. Yep. Shauna said, you're absolutely right. My father did that to my mother when they were divorced or separate or whatever. My mom tried to drag him through the mud. You are so right. Yeah, like I said, I think it's something within like just men in general. We just have like an unwritten rule just not to do stuff like that, because we know what it's like to always be blamed. We're the perpetrator of something. We're always in the wrong and all this other type of stuff. And we don't get a shot to really correct or to give people a different perspective on a situation. It just is. If people say, like, if I, as a black man, right, if some random woman came out here and was like, yo, Seiji is a bad father, people are going to believe the woman. That's what's going to happen every single time. They're not going to try to figure out who she is. They're not going to try to understand the type of mother or woman that she is or how it is that she moves in life. It's like, oh, if this woman basically said that you ain't ish, then that's obviously you ain't ish. Why else would she sit up and say it? Why would a woman just randomly lie on a guy? Right? That's the whole thing that people would do. And then it's basically the guy's job to basically work himself out of prison, which is crazy. That also goes into a whole nother thing that women were writing online, where they were sitting up and saying that whenever a boy is born, he should basically be placed in prison, and he should have to basically work himself out of prison to prove how good he is. And even still after that, he should still have to basically be on a watch list. I'm like, man, like I said, it's just a losing situation out here. It's a losing situation. Victory said, where is the black man in the families? I'm confused. Black men are not living for God in most cases. Big ups to the man that are God's men. This is not towards you. All right, I got you. what I will sit up there and say is in instances, because like I said before, I know of black men that are both married and single. And I know of, which is, one of my guys. I know of one brother who is a single father raising his kid all on his own. Now, in that instance, you never happen to hear women basically say, "Oh, but where are the women at to raise their kids?" And da 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 da. Nah, because people don't care about the narrative. They don't care about the narrative of single fathers basically raising their kids. And this kid is doing well. He's a teenager right now, still living life. Doing good. Playing, eating food, playing video games, and being a kid. But it's like for me, my perspective on stuff is a little bit different because I'm seeing stuff I guess that a lot of other women ain't seeing. Like a lot of women ain't used to seeing black men single raising their kids. So it's like that perspective doesn't exist. Right. But then also again, a lot of black women choose to opt themselves out of knowing that situation because again, when you listen to a lot of women online, they'll be like, hey, I don't want to sit up there and date a guy who got kids. But then, and in the exact same breath, those women, they'll be like, all right, I got like, 4 to 5 kids, and I expect a dude to date me and accept everything that comes with me. You have a lot of women out here that feel entitled to single men basically dating them. But in my mind, I'm like, wouldn't you fare better with a guy who already got kids? Like if you got kids and he got kids, wouldn't it basically manage better? Why would you basically want a guy with a clean slate who don't got no kids? That don't make any type of sense. But like I said, I don't make the rules. All I'm saying is that, all of this stuff is very ridiculous. That's all I'm saying. Main event said his son is happy. You said my mom didn't bash my dad either. Yep. Shauna said, and that's the same way my father was. You're going to learn that on your own, but you ain't going to hear me say nothing. Yeah. Yep. You said W black man or laughing. You said what a black man or where? No, you put it up there. You said where? Victory said I don't encounter black men, thank God. If he is not a man of God, bye. I love my life. What does that even mean? what does that even that doesn't even make any type of sense. The money was like I'm sensing Cynthia G vibes. Like I don't even understand. It's like I said, given time, it normally turns to like nonsense. But I'm like, this is what I be talking about. It's like you go through, you just having like conversations, and people start throwing stuff like this out there. I'm like, I'm not even sure. Like, so let's put it like this. So I'm not really of the church. Right. So within that basis, I would not, from your definition, right? Because you only deal with men of God, right? By the definition of not being in the church every day and knowing the Bible, and all, I would be considered not a man of God. I would be considered for church folks, I'm a demon, right? I'm a heathen, all this other type of stuff. So you said that you don't encounter black men, thank God. I'm a black man, and going by church logic, I'm not a man of God. So I'm trying to figure out where we at right now. I'm just trying to figure out where where are we at. Like, yo, man, Duff, you said, bro, you beat me to it as a single father. There is no fanfare for black single father. Yeah, it's not. A lot of people, they get online, they be like, well, that's what you're supposed to do. I'm like, huh? But I'm like, hold on, hold on. So you're like, all right, when you got women out here raising kids by themselves, magically, it's like, yo, everybody should bow down. It's like, oh my God, you're doing incredible work. This is that and the third. And it's amazing and da da da. But then when you got black men sitting up there going through the exact same struggles, doing the exact same things, it's like no one cares. It's like, oh, you should be doing it. Why do you want claps? Why do you want appreciation for something that you should be doing as a parent? I'm like this is why I said society is weird. This is why I said society is weird. This is exactly why I said society is weird. Like, that's crazy. So weird. 100%. Victory said, I love God's black men. These are rare species. Regular black men are embarrassing, just like black women without God. All lives mattering, the situation. It's the good Lord. Good Lord. You know, just keep it in one area. If you keep it in one area, it's good. If you keep it directly in one area, it's all good. You're like you going back and forth. You're trying to all lives matter the situation. It's cool. If you got a certain opinion about black men, that is completely cool. I ain't gonna sit up there and condemn you for it. Like I said, I didn't heard it. I didn't had to get the toughest skin possible, especially to listen to black women on their platforms during live streams, looking at short form videos, long form videos, and podcasts and all this other type of stuff. So, like I said, it ain't really nothing that they can really say, you know, that's gonna make me feel a certain type of way no more. It just, you know, it just gets there, and I'm like, all right, well, that's how you feel, okay. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. You said what? You said my brother is a white man with a black baby. Mama and been fighting her in court for years when he's obviously the better, more stable parent. The court still biased because most of the women there are black. I mean, you know, I don't know how true the story is, but I've seen some things like that before. I'm like, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. TW Logic said amen. I'm not sure what part of the amen is that. I'm talking about is it you know talking about the black men part amen or the God fearing part. I'm a little bit confused. It's Victory said a man of God is not in church. Well, you know, that's not what you said before, you know. Reggie said, what in the GTA 6 is going on here? I don't know. You know, I don't know. What was it? Up. Mo was giving warnings out there. Victory said, a man of God obeys God in his everyday life, not in a church service building. What was it? He said, you're so pro-black, but yet live in a nation founded and run by Europeans. It's like you're still running with this, and it's like it doesn't matter. I don't care what it is that you're not entertaining enough. It's like, yo, you've been trying to spend this for like the last 2 hours and like 30 minutes. I'm like, I don't really care. That's why you're still here, because I don't really care. I don't care to actually like ban you, you know, and I don't, you know, really care to have a long form, you know, conversation like I've been doing with other people out here. You know, you're just gonna be writing. You know, Maine said, thing is, I just like the show. Them they numbers aren't accurate, I guess. Shauna said because they deserve it. They don't get acknowledgement, nor do they want acknowledgement. They don't even get acknowledgement on Father's Day, but they deserve it. They do so much, they deserve it. And this is why I sit up there and say that I do my best every so often to show love and appreciation to the black men out there that are fathers and single fathers, because like I said, black men in general don't get appreciated. And then if you're a black father, oh yeah, it's zero existence. It's like, from what I've seen, and again, this is from my point of view, from just looking at life. In order to get appreciation and love directly out here, you got to be doing the most negative. You got to be doing negative stuff. You know, you sit up there and take somebody's life. You rob somebody. You doing egregious things directly out here. That's the moment in time that you get celebrated. Right, that's the moment in time that your name is in the rafters, right? That people are talking about you and all this other type of stuff. If you are a black man doing positive work directly out here, it's like nobody cares, and that's the saddest part. Right, even the ones, and again, I'm not saying that I expect that directly from them, but I'm saying, even the ones that quote unquote, oh, we hate black men and da 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 da, they don't even look in that direction when it's positive black men out there and there's videos and all this. Oh, that's kryptonite, that's sunlight, that's garlic, you know, that's silver, it's a piece of wood. Like they're nowhere over there when it deals with black men who are, you know, scientists and working in labs or making brand new things or becoming business entrepreneurs, giving back to the community, building women's shelters, helping out with the kids, trying to teach kids outside of school, give free tutoring, free welding classes. All, like I said, it's crazy work. There's so many things out here that I've been able to watch and notice, and I've even highlighted myself. And again, those videos, they get no looks. They get no looks. But if I sit up there and do a video where it's a some random black dude out here and he put hands directly on a black woman, oh, this is now people know the name of that person. Now they know the picture. Now this person's getting pedestalized. Now he's getting celebrated. I'm like, it's wild. Like I say, you can't make this up. Victor said, if you give no honor to God for your life, then you're out. For me, that is all. Victor said, look, I think that was supposed to be our people. Are you not embarrassed? I'm a little bit confused. Who are you talking about? Maine said, I'm not embarrassed by anyone not attached to me personally. Maine said, best station on the game. Third Eye said, I sent him to the Phantom Zone. Rabbit said, the women talking about God are no different than right wingers and lip service, either being promiscuous, lying, or hypocrites, or all three. Somebody got sent to the Phantom Zone. Maine said, in the words of DR. Maine said, then you see those guys get out and get a podcast and act like regular guys just to be like, okay, yeah, which is crazy. This is the craziest thing to me, right? And like I said, I'm all for people wanting to change their lives and do all of this stuff. But the thing that's weird to me is that I remember it wasn't that long ago that a lot of street dudes called guys who were doing podcasts and live streams, doing social media. They said like, oh, y'all lames, y'all weird, and all this other type of stuff, right? And then all of a sudden, I'm seeing all of these street dudes. Now they got computers. Now they got mics. Now they got podcasts. I'm like, it's funny how that works. Like somebody needs to be studied. Cause I'm like, how is it possible that you sit up there and call all the other dudes out here that been doing this before y'all even knew what it was, right? Because they were in the streets, locked up, whatever it is. Y'all want to call them lames, don't get no women and all this other type of stuff. Y'all just sitting up here gossiping and rah rah rah. And I'm looking street dudes sitting up there gossiping about street stuff. This needs to be studied. I'm like, it ain't nobody called this out yet. I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, that's real weird. I'm like, oh, I guess once people realize that all of those corny dudes, those lame dudes are sitting up there making money, now everybody want to start doing it. Now it's fine. Now it's fine for street dudes and everybody else to, like I said, it's weird. Like I said, I remember when street dudes set up and said that they're not about to be yelling on no phone or crossing no screen to no other man that they got a problem with. And here we are. I had seen countless times of street dudes online yelling on the phone. One dude is talking directly in his house. The other dude is in his car and they sitting up there yelling. I'm like, what is this? This is like looking at two dogs yelling behind a fence. And then as soon as that fence is removed, now people act like they got common sense. Now nobody got that rah, rah, rah energy. I'm like, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Diabolical. Mo was like, please go sit in the corner for a while. Maine said, in the words of Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, quote, all these generations revering Big Mama and don't even know Granddad is and who Granddad is and how he died to buy the house. Yeah, how he died to buy. Yeah, like I said, it'd be like that. This is what it looks like when you're in a time frame of folks being independent, don't need a man, and all of those other types of stuff, all of that brainwashing that's been going on for all so long. This is why also not just this woman here, this what's the young woman's name again? Ashley Janae, not even just her. I've also showcased young black women or girls that have lost their lives trying to go out there and get the bag. And I'm like, for the life of me, I'm trying to figure out where are all of the black women that say that they care about the young black girls, the children, and black women's lives. Because they said that I, as a black man, I don't care. Right. So I'm like, where are they at to sit up there and to talk about this and and to highlight the fact that, you know, a lot of this stuff is detrimental to the lifespan of a lot of these young black women directly about here. Like I said, money is going to get a lot of these young girls into situations that they can't get themselves out of. You know, this man J Lock said, "Who shot Ben 10? That's crazy." Rabbit said, "I never liked going to church. It always gave me a bad feeling. Church is like prison. Most people are there for reasons, compensating for something outside of the church." It's crazy. Mo said, "The right and the left hands of the Lord can show grace or punish." Jam said, "They get in the bag. How? You know, they getting it by how they get it. They getting it by how they get it." Like I said, a lot of these, I had a lot of conversations that I did catch from online where women were basically saying that love now is like love is in a sense non-existent, right? If you're a guy out here trying to find love, is pretty much non-existent. Everything is transactional, right? It's how much that you can pay basically formulates into how much that woman is going to love you and how long she's going to love you. Because all it basically takes is for a guy to have more money than you, and now she's going to be off, you know, loving that guy, and she's going to, you know, leave you directly to the side. That's pretty much the area that we're in, right? Where it's transactional. That's the best word that I can basically use. Another word I can basically say is, you know, street walking, you know, type of relationships. You know, again, I got to, you know, try to be as careful as possible with my words, but, you know, be like that. You know, don't know what to tell people. Jam said only men without other qualities have to worry about that. I'm a little bit confused. Expound upon that for me. Explain that for me. Let me know what you're really saying. Yeah, Mo, I saw that person up there spamming. I was like, yeah, I'm probably about to click the button, but you already got to him, so it didn't even matter. It didn't even matter for me to sit up there and do it. I'm like, I don't understand why people just pull up to the scene just spamming, it just makes no type of sense. It's ridiculous. You said, do I know somebody? I don't even know who you're talking about. Lovely said, stop choosing IG models. Who said anything about IG models? this is like I'm not sure why people think that this is only geared towards IG models. This is geared towards normal women directly about here. You got normal women that go on TikTok and they make videos and they sit up there and talk about like, oh, I'm too good for a coffee date. I'm not about to go for a picnic. I'm not going out for ice cream. You got to spend $300, $400, $500 directly. Like what? Like I said, we ain't talking about IG models. We're not talking about the ones that got their bodies done. They got, you know, the fat sucked out of other areas from the arms and from the stomach, and they got it placed in like the butt, you know, the exaggerated butt and placed directly into you know, for breast augmentation and all this. We're not talking about none of that. No. We're talking about ordinary women. Ordinary women, they not up here sitting up there spending, you know, thousands of dollars. Or like the one woman on a podcast said, she got a almost close to like a $200,000 body, and I'm like, that don't even make sense. Nobody on this planet has that. And she's like, well, you know, spent so many thousands of dollars directly on butt augmentations, you know, breast augmentations and lipo and all. I'm like, dog, you did that for yourself. That doesn't, you are not a 200K. Your body is not 200K. That's not how it works. And then she was like, and I've also barely been touched. Man, get that out of here, dog. Like I said, man, it's like, yo, entitlement is wild. It is wild. We're talking about ordinary women directly out here. Like I said, this is how bad that has gotten, right? It's gotten so bad that you have women that normally, you know, do street work. They're getting online and they're sitting up there calling out the normal women. Like I said, you can't fool them. You can't sit up there and name it something else. They've been doing this. Like, this is their livelihood. Like I said, respect to them. That's what they do, right? But you're not going to sit up there and try to tell them that this what you're doing is not what it is. It is. Like I said, everything is transactional. Wait, how am I? You said IG models are transactional. You said no, sir, you're wrong. You said real women don't do this. Just choose better. Yo, the craziest part is, this is all I'm saying, right? If I can go on TikTok and I can look at a woman that got 2, 3, 4, 5 kids, and she's sitting up there stating that she wants to date a man that has a certain amount of money, I'm the one that's delusional and not making sense. That don't make no type of sense. If you're a woman that got kids, you should be dating men that got kids. That should be understandable. That should make sense. You shouldn't be out here looking for a dude that's single, that don't have no responsibilities, no kids, and try to basically make him a stepfather. That's crazy to me. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. You would want somebody, you should want somebody that's already in being a father to be a father directly to your kids. And that should be the person that you go out on a date with. You shouldn't be out here with umpteen responsibilities dictating to men and telling them that, oh, you need 2 cars, you need 2 houses, you need to be able to facilitate, everything so that my kids are well taken care of and yada yada. That's crazy. And as you sat up there and say, you was like, real women don't do X, Y, and Z. No, real women do. Like I said, y'all just don't want to sit up there and call a lot of this stuff directly out. You want to try to rebrand it as something else. All of those women out there will call themselves real women. So, like I said, that's not me making that up. I'm going directly to the platforms where these women are and where they are speaking their truth, as people would like to say. Women are, going out there, they're speaking their truth. They're coming forth with information that nobody's asking for and telling their own business and sharing their dating tips and their dating advices and what it is that they've gone through. So it's like, yeah, just saying. Moon said, stop the femicide. I mean, is that just a general thing that you're putting out there, or are you being very specific with that one? Let me know. I'm just trying to figure out. D-Money says surgical scars covered by a horrible stomach tattoo. Maine said, in my shallow hell phase, when it comes to looks round here, I don't need no models. Lovely said, you are delusional. I mean, how specifically am I delusional? I need you, let me know, how am I specifically delusional? Duffy said, looks fade, character determines almost everything for me. That's facts. Shauna said, all women are transactional. It don't matter if you're an IG model or a regular person, or women are transactional because they're going to do what they gotta do to get what they want. Seriously, bars. Straight bars. 100%. Like I said, it's crazy to me. Wait a minute. Wait, why are you showing up as... I'm a little bit confused. Shauna, why are you showing up as not a mod right now? Wait, I'm a little bit confused. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Yeah, that's weird. You should have... How did that happen? I'm a little bit confused. Hold on. Let me get you that don't make no sense. Yeah, I don't understand why that had you specifically as you were not. Yeah, that's what. No, yeah, I put you back up there. No. She was. I had her. No, Mo. I had her on both channels. That's the thing that doesn't make sense. I the day, I think, what was it, Tippy, when she was like, "Hey, Da, 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 da. I was like, all right, let me sit up there and get everybody together and make sure to, you know, sit up there and do that. And I was sitting up there. I'm like, yo, why is her what's the name showing up as why? I'm like, that don't make any type of sense. What was like you slipping? D Money was like, says you probably made your mod on one channel and not the other. He did the same to me. And man, throwing tomatoes. That's crazy. Moon said, darn, so you can't want a better life if you're a feminine. Wait, huh? I need you to rewrite that real quick because I don't even I don't even understand. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what? That's probably what happened. So maybe what did end up happening is that I didn't wait, let me just make sure that's the right name because I don't want to mess up. All right, there we go. Yeah, because I think that's what happened. I think probably during the time when Tippy was bringing all this up, I think everybody wasn't specifically online, so that's probably what happened. So my apologies. My apologies. That was on me. That was on me. So I got you third. You good. You good. You good. Shauna said, thanks, appreciate it. LOL. I got you. I got you. No swag. You said then go get yours. Problem is so many chasing someone else's bag. Somebody said maybe if Black Kangs didn't celebrate cheating like it's cool to betray the only person on earth you're supposed to trust. I mean, I guess who you talk about is celebrating. I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. Who are you talking? Which Black Kangs are you talking about? Because you know, like I said, I could take that comment one way or another. But how I'll sit up there and look at it is like this, right? You talking about the most ignorant of the ignorant, right? Because there is a separation. And that's what, whenever these conversations happen, nobody ever wants to separate Black men. They want to put all Black men directly together. So if you got the negative Black dudes out here doing stuff and they're out here, you know, getting multiple women pregnant and doing this, you know, cheating and being with woman to woman and all this other type of stuff, people will be like, yeah, that's all Black men in general. And I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, so what about the lames and the nerds, you know, quote unquote, that everybody said? What about the invisibles? Right? Because I'm like, it's very crazy how people can always see the bad ones out here doing the bad things, but then they can never see the good ones out here. But then the only time that they want to give any type of validity to the good ones is when they want to add the bad ones directly on top of that, and then they want to add that as a glazed layer, but like, yeah, this is all Black men in general. All of this bad stuff at top that's falling directly down, yeah, this is Black men in general. I'm like, that's crazy to me. That's 100% diabolical. We got about like 330 people directly up in here. I need y'all to hit that like button. I normally don't sit up and say that, but I have been streaming for about like a good 3 hours. I'm pretty sure after saying hit the like button, you know, the views will probably go back down to like 295, 250. But it's all good though. Hit the like button though. Hit that like button. But yeah, like I said, it's crazy. That is 100% crazy directly about here. Also, like I said before, that was a huge drop. Let me tell y'all something. We were sitting at about 330, and then that dropped automatically down for like 138 real quick. That's hilarious. that is drastically hilarious. But yeah, like I said before, like, yo, this whole situation is crazy. I'm waiting for this person right here to write back. Oh, Cincinnati said, "Oh, you just blocked the channel? Oh, snap. Word, let me highlight you real quick. No problem." And you know, like I said before, I like to do the exact same thing. No problem. So, there you go. Well, D Money already had you, but there you go. Like I said, it's crazy to me if people pull up to the scene and they have a problem with seeing content directly up here. All you got to do is scroll. If you happen to see me again, that's because a lot of people are probably not live streaming, and maybe there might not be a lot of videos directly out there. It'd be like that, but shout out, to you actually being here and pulling up and letting me know, coming to customer service and letting us know that you got a problem with the content. Much love. So now you shouldn't have a problem, or if you do, customer service can no longer take your calls. We are no longer picking up and responding to nonsense. It'd be like that. But thanks for calling. But thanks for calling. Like I said before, man, it's tragic when stuff happens directly to people directly out here. But this is why I set up and told people that, folks should very much watch what it is that they state directly out here, because what you basically state is the main thing that people are going to remember. And this is not the first time that I've basically, what Victory said, where are they? Where are all of the good men? Maybe it's where I live. I don't see black men with black women. It's super rare. I don't really see black couples together. Another Victory question. What state do you live in? Like I said, I'm not asking for like the city. That may be a little bit, too close and personal. What state do you live in? Let me know what state you live in, because you said that you don't specifically see a lot of black men with black women. I need to know the state. You said I love American. What? Victory. For the comment that you just posted. Hey, what is up? What is up, Sham? Wait. Sham said, sorry, I got out of the ER. I feel like I'm dealing with some racist stuff here. I had to go cough up some blood, and they were like, it's asthma, and sent me home. Ah, man. Please take care, Sham. Please do not don't get super, up in arms, with the live stream and stuff. Please take care. Please take care. Man. Wait, let me see something. Moon said, what's this all regarding, the post or something else? I'm commenting on the bulletin board. Why do I need to rewrite anything respectfully? So what I'm basically asking, when you stated the whole thing of like stop the femicide, I was asking like who were you specifically writing it about? Were you just saying that in general, or were you stating that about black men, or how did you specifically mean that? Because usually when I happen to see women say this, they're usually pointing towards black men, no matter what the situation is. So that's what I was asking. I'm gonna need you to go in the bathroom. Go to the Shane. We need you to get better, because it was like you were doing all well, and then something else, basically asthma started kicking up. I mean, it is basically what, spring, so yeah, it's probably a lot of stuff. You said I got to call the doctor in the morning because my x-ray wasn't clear, but they treated it like it was. Instead of doing a CT to get it clear, they go to, it's asthma. Nini, what is up? You said for Shauna that said all women are transactional, only women that aren't bosses and need a man to do things for them. And you said wrong. I'm a little bit confused. Oh, so you're trying to say that Shauna is incorrect on the all women part. I mean, I put it to like this for Nini. If you think about it like this, right? Love is transactional, right? The only way, realistically, if a man wants to be in a relationship, he has to basically prove what it is, a value that he's able to give to a woman. It's not off of love. It's not off of emotions. He needs to be able to show her real world value. Like, okay, can you work hard? Can you build this? Do you know about investing? Do you know how to fix this? Do you know this? Do you know that? again, he has to have a certain skill set. It's not about him loving her and all this other type of stuff, right? And then that woman is going to be able to basically use that and assess that man and be like, okay, well, this is how much love that you're going to get from me. This is what I'm going to divvy out directly to you because of the skill set or whatever it is that you specifically have. Now, again, people can disagree. People are free to disagree, but like I said, I'm just looking. I'm just looking. The only time that love is not transactional is when women are getting their backs broken by the broke guys directly about here. So what women say, the when women are getting their backs broken and blown out by the dudes in the dirty socks and the Nike slides, that's the only time where love is not transactional. Because when those dudes show up, women will sacrifice everything for those guys, and they won't make them guys work for nothing. They'll be sleeping on the couch or wherever it is. They can even drive that woman's car. So, like I said, it's wild. I think Victory said that she doesn't live in Atlanta. That's not what I asked you. I said, where do you specifically live? Where you're stating that you don't see black men being with black women. To me, what I'm hearing is that you live in a white area, predominantly white area. That's what I'm hearing. Victory said, where do you live? Do you see black couples together where you're at? Yeah. Born and raised in Detroit, Michigan. Yes, I see black couples. My friends are with black people. Yes, I do see that. So now that was answered, what about you? What are we doing? What do we have? Matter of fact, even in other places that I've gone to, even going to areas of the East Coast visiting, such as like New York, I've seen black couples together. So I'm a little bit confused. So I'm just trying to figure out something. D-Money said, I live in Louisiana. Victory said, oh, I can leave. I know the truth hurts. It's okay. What are you talking about? What? I'm a little bit confused. There was no gotcha moment. Like, this is how I know that people don't be listening. When I clearly stated that I have black men that I know that are married. And again, I've explained, like I said, Brother Haku, married to a black woman, got his kids, all black family, black kids, black wife, car, everything, right? And then I got another one of my boys, right? A black man raising his son by himself, single father. Like I said, I can list a lot of these things, and for some odd reason, you got folks that'll pull up like this, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, I bet you don't sit up there and see the what it is that you're preaching and talking about, where it is that you live." No, I do. Like I said, you're the weirdo that's like you just don't see this. It doesn't exist. You are more than likely either A, not even in the United States. You might be an African in the UK. Just to be real, you probably an African in the UK sitting up there talking directly in his chat. And number two, if you are in the United States, you more than likely live in a white state, predominantly white state. Oh, I'm talking about where it's in the 80th to 90th percentile. So of course, there you're not going to sit up and see a lot of black men and women dating each other. Of course, of course. Like I said, it's crazy. But like I said, I didn't gave stats directly before, showcasing the fact that black men and black women date themselves, like where you got black men dating black women and black women dating black men, more than dating interracially. So yeah. So like I said, even from my own point of view, even from my own experience, and even listing by stats, none of that stuff matters. People don't tend to hear it. They want to, pull up and just do this and laugh. Like I said, this is clown work. 100%. Just straight clown work. Like, yo, that's some wild work. Sham was like, it's black men married all throughout Wisconsin and Minnesota. Maine said, I see him all the time everywhere, but I guess. Shauna said, I am married to a black man. Sham said, it's too cold in the Midwest to be single. Mo said, this guy married over 20 years. Congratulations and happy celebrations. I probably said it backwards, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Main event said, dang. Fountain, as Sham said, I'm in Ohio now, LOL. Hack said, I got a dip. Take care. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation, Hack. Have a good day out there, brother. Shauna said, married 10 years over here and proudly. Thyren, what is up? You said, honestly, people can date whoever they want, but dating because of how they look aesthetically is wrong. No, yeah. 100%. 100%. Like I said, I was waiting for where did Moon go? Because I was trying to. No, that wasn't Moon. I think it was both Moon and Victory, but I think y'all packed Victory on up out of here. So I think that was pretty much done directly there. I think I gotta pull the Tippy, because Tippy would normally be like, yo, Seji, play another video. And I think I may have another video. I'm not gonna deal with the whole church thing. Are you being watched? I'm not gonna do that one. I got a few videos. I'm just trying to cycle directly through real quick. We got some videos from yesterday. We did those. And then that's from last week. Yeah, people getting sunburned. I could go over the video dealing with Asian women. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Let's take a look at this conversation.
もうネタ言ってくるの大体白人の人なんですよ、めっちゃ。でもう通じひんって分かってるから向こうもむちゃくちゃバカにしてくるのは確かにある。あ、そうなんや。そのなんかアメリカにいた時にすごいアジア好きのなんかもうエイジアンガールが大好きみたいな男の子がめっちゃ寄ってきて、それは私を好きなのじゃなくてアジア人が好きなんじゃってなって、私個人を認めてくれることってすごい難しいなって感じました。
なんか外国では日本人女性に対する典型的なイメージがあります。例えば可愛い、おしとやか、おとなしいって白人だと有利なんじゃないかって考えてる人たちもいるんですけど、これについてはご存知ですか？ちょろいって思われてるって聞いた。
Yeah, so in that short clip, basically what they were talking about is the fetishization that basically takes place when it deals with Asian women, and how it is that, you know, the white guys out there, they're just going after Asian women, number one, because they feel like they're entitled, and number two, because of the fetishization, and then also number three, which I'm going to list because this is what my point of view is. A lot of those white guys happen to look at those Asian women from a lens of all of this old, ancient, you know, type of movies where the Asian women are meek, they don't say anything, they're looking like geishas and all of this other type of stuff. Right, on top of the fact of a lot of these games where again they portray Asian women as, you know, being meek and not saying anything and speak when spoken to and all this other type. Like I said, it's crazy work. And I'm like, and I think to myself, when I see these videos, and I've seen these countless times from other races of women, I'm like, when I sit up there and see these videos, I'm like, if this is happening to other women directly out here, what does that then mean for a woman like this? I'm like, so does that mean that this dude actually loved her for who she is? Or did he just love her because of the aesthetics? Because of the compare and contrast? But like I said, you know, you try to break stuff down, you try to question a lot of things, and you know, it's crazy. It is crazy. Yo, Fountain, what is up? You said I saw a Reddit post from white guys that said that they like them because they're little like a. Ooh, that's crazy. Dear Lord. Let me tell you something. If I actually had a clip from that post, I would do a whole video on that. I would do a whole video on that by itself. Like, that is wild. That is wild. Like, yo, let me tell you, yo, Fountain, I'm not sure if you might be like a social media type of person or whatnot or whatever, but you could literally take that. You might have to, like, you know, block out certain words and whatnot or whatever. But you can take that and turn that into a video and just have conversations around that whole situation. And you're going to see people get enraged and angry. You're going to see people scraping and scrambling. Scrambling and scraping. You're going to be seeing a lot of this type of stuff go around. Let me tell you something. Like I said, that's wild. That is 100% wild. Rabbit said, funny how attraction works. Never been into Asian women, but when they're just themselves and don't worship Brad, they're decently attractive. Maine said, that ish is sad. Sham said, or is it for culture where those women are coming from more subservient situations in their environments? I think dude is right because they look and sound like kids. I mean, yeah, that's a point. That is a point. Shauna said, compare and contrast. You're absolutely correct. Jay May, what is up? He said, yeah, they're not like them big quarterback women that ate a bottle of food on a what? That don't even make any type of sense. Another person said there's no such thing as fetishization. It's a made-up word. The left made up because straight men like women of all kinds, and that whatever you just wrote doesn't even make sense. Now it's a made-up word. Mo said, if possible, play that what Afro Man said about his experience with Mexicans. It somewhat relates to the first video. I would actually have to try to go through and find that one. Shana said 182 people are here, and the only 143 likes. Hey, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Like I said, at max we had about a good 300 that were here. Shout out to the movie. Directly in combination of both. So it'd be like that though. People pull up and people will pull out. No Diddy. Next. Fountain said they have an old channel on YouTube, specifically in Thailand. Catching them. Oh, yeah, I might have to take a look. Quake said, I feel sorry for this. Yeah, it's like I said, this whole story and situation, it is bad. Shem was like, fetishization is not a made-up word. There are people who actively hunt down fetishes for dates. Yeah, like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. People always want to make it seem like, oh, everything is woke. It's woke. Like I said, it's crazy. Well, we'll figure it out. I got one more of these because I didn't do a video on this, so I'll just use it during the live stream now. I don't think this got music, but we'll see.
White men from the United States scurry to me like rats.
Today I learned that even if I go to South America, white American Asian fetish will follow me here. I'm in Colombia, not in a touristy hotspot. A lot of places here don't have English on the menu. So I'm tucking into my dinner when behind me, I hear this voice in American English say, hey, how's your drink? It's an innocent enough question, so I turn around and I answer, it's pretty good. It's sweet, kind of sour. I might need to take Lactaid. Then he asks me if I'm from the States, then gets into which city I'm from, and then he starts asking like where I'm staying, how long I'm staying in the city, and where I'm gonna be going next, and this is getting a little personal for me. So I drop that I have a hot Asian boyfriend back home. Then he says, it's like kind of weird that you grew up in a multicultural society, and you ended up with another Asian person. Why don't you give other people a chance? And I'm like, I don't date white men. And then he says, well, maybe you just attract a certain type of white man if like that's just, no, it's all of you. It's all of you. There are people of every single color here, and who gives me trouble out of all of them? This white American guy from California. I can come to a very indigenous region of South America and white American male Asian fetish follows me here. I knew it would follow me to China. I tried that. But it turns out that these white dudes with Asian fetish also really like coming to Latin America, potentially to be creeps to the people here too. I hate them. Do you ever wonder where the Western stereotype of Asian women being hypersexual or being sexually available came from? Because there's a lot of different reasons, but one of them goes all the way back to the 1950s to the brothels in Korea that were formed to cater to American soldiers.
So you think that Asian women are going to be docile and submissive because you think that they're just so sweet and you have your shitty American expectations? Just wait. I will literally crush your balls.
Right. And the craziest thing about the last one, which was her, is the fact that you have white guys that are into that. So that's going to work in the reverse. That is going to make them chase her more. So yeah, that's that that video. I don't think is gonna really land how she wants it to realistically land, because I don't think she really thought this through or did some type of research. So Jay said, do you think that divestors fetishize about sleeping with the slave master? Yeah, they got such things as race play. That is a thing. That is a thing. Let me see. What else? He said condolences to the man, and may he be. Somebody said Cap. Shem said, LOL, you must not have seen those Asian wives they picked up, because they built different from what's normal Asian. Yeah, like I said, Shem, you can't tell nobody nothing. You can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, people, now you saw the whole video, right? So instead of them trying to refute what it is that the Asian women were saying, and again, that wasn't me saying it, that was all different Asian women saying that. Instead of trying to break down and refute that, they were like, oh, let's sit up there and point directly at black men real quick. Crazy work. It's not about, like I said, this is on the brain every single time. Like I said, the conversation has nothing to do with black dudes at all. But magically, somehow black men come up. It's wild work. It's like, yo, that's crazy. Yo, what's up, Ty? What is up? What is up? What is up? Rabbit said them California white dudes are a different breed. They really like Asian women. Yeah, be like that. J May said, pretty sure they're just going after the Philippines. Ty said, I'm back. Let me see. No, it doesn't. You're talking about it. It basically goes through whatever she basically. No, it doesn't. What she's basically telling you is that you have two different types of Asian women directly out there. 9 times out of 10, when it deals with Asian women, white dudes like Asian women that are quote unquote the small, skinny, petite, whatever you want to sit up there and list it, right? Almost in some instances, barely anything there. When it deals from top to bottom. When it deals with black dudes who go for Asian women, again, they're built different. They have weight directly on their bodies, right? Black men tend to go for Asian women that have a type of build. They may, they got some Chun-Li type of thighs. They may have a little bit of a butt. They may have like a C and like a large butt or something like that, right? Again, they're going to have weight directly on them. There are different types. Then you also got the Asian women out there that are heavily into black culture, and they emulate black culture, meaning that, hey, I see how black women dress. I like black culture. I'm going to sit up there and start doing braids. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Again, white dudes are not sitting up there going for those Asian women. So yes, there are different types. Like I'm not sure why you think that that's like some type of, oh, that's an excuse. And that, no, it's not. It's a reality. You can even see those same Asian girls in California. Like, it's wild work. It is wild. I mean, what is it? What? Kylan, whatever. You're a little bit late on that train where you want to just pull up to the scene and be like, you're just racist. I mean, we had somebody before you saying that, so you're just parroting pretty much the exact same thing. Good job though. Blaker said the whole racist premise of making this a white thing is too much. No one wants a masculine, argumentative woman. It's Western women that are the problem with all of this nonsense. All right. Okay. You got it. So next, what was it? Rabbit said, white men are so weird. I've never heard of black men liking like being swung on and stepped on. Yeah, that's them. Like I said, but have what was it? Callan basically tell it like you're doing to whites, you're racist as F. Simple as that. This is my thing. Let me just go with this again. If I'm so racist, right? If I am strictly racist, Why would you want to have a conversation with a racist or get attention from a racist or respond to a racist? What are you specifically doing that's progressing the conversation to quote unquote make me less racist, since you stated that I'm racist in your response? Just saying. You said, will I go Google black Geppettos and rapist statistics, or will you have an excuse for them as well too? It's crazy how you guys like you got to be the same person from earlier because you're saying the exact same thing. It's like, yo, at least say something different. It's like you're saying the exact same thing that was repeated earlier during the live stream, as if that's going to magically flip the argument. The main argument is the topic on who is specifically this is fixated on. Asian women are talking about white dudes. You're like, I don't care about talking about this. We're going to talk about black dudes. You're going to all lives matter to this situation because you don't want to be the only ones here. And then you're making it seem like nobody's talking about all the other stuff that you're listing. We've already talked about that. So what really are you bringing to the conversation? I'm a little bit confused. Front was like, remember, white men created every category when it deals with corn videos. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You also said, yes, you are. Just be a man and say it straight out. Say what are you looking for me to sit up there and say? I mean, you probably they didn't probably pack you up already, but it doesn't matter. If anybody else, rolling directly in the behind the live stream and you're thinking about saying something, let me just make something very clear. You basically trying to say that I'm racist. That doesn't do anything. Y'all been saying this since I started this platform or channel, and y'all been saying this in the middle of and in the future. Y'all gonna be repeating and saying the exact same thing, nothing different, nothing to add directly to the conversation. You're not even trying to refute, and again, you got to be a white dude sitting up there responding. You're not even trying to say anything to refute anything dealing with these Asian women and what it is that they're saying. You're just want to be mad at me because it's getting highlighted here. That's wild. That is wild. You said you're drowning in victimhood. Oh, poor you. Selective outrage. I'm pointing out your blatant hypocrisy for all your running. What? Whites down. FIR. What? Blacks do the same, and that's a fact. I don't even know what you're talking. It's still not even making no sense. Andrew said when they use the word racist, it's to shame you. Yeah, it makes sense. But like I said, that don't do anything to me. I don't. Like I said, it doesn't care to me. It doesn't make me no different. Like that's the thing. It's like the weirdest part to me is like, yo, if you basically say that I'm racist, like, why are you still here? Like that's my question. That's what I'm trying to sit up there and figure out. It's like you're just sitting here trying to get attention. I'm like, that's the weird part. You're a grown man talking to another grown man, sitting up there saying that he's racist. So you're trying to put a branding out there, trying to make it stick. But it's like, why be here? It's the same way that I would sit up there and say that if somebody is, black or other, and he went to like a sundown town, why would you go there? Those people don't like you. You're going to come up with some problems. You might not even come back. Why would you go there? Why would you want to entertain that? Why would you want to put yourself in that situation? Why would you want to have a conversation directly with those people? It don't make any type of sense. Like I said, if I know that people are racist and don't like me, I stay out the way. I move away from the situation. I move away from them. There's no reason for us to have a conversation, to bump into each other. Like I said, I take myself out of that situation. I don't dive directly head first. That's stupid. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. Diabolical. 100%. Like I said, they keep repeating the exact same things every single time. J-Man said, can we please have a list of the sundown towns so we know not where to go? I will tell you this because I don't specifically have the the information directly on me because I did live streams on that a while ago. But there is a brother, right? Let me see if I can do this real quick. Oh wait, somebody. Oh, that's dope. Hey, much love to Marshall Wyatt. Sent a gift in the super chat. I'm not even sure if I can I highlight that? I'm not even sure if how long ago was that? I'm trying to, because that didn't show up on the other end. That's what did that just? Yeah, I need this. I need the chat on the other end to sit up there and pick up. I'm trying to get to it real quick because I actually wanted to hide that. Yeah, shout out to Marshall Wyatt for the 1,000 jewels. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I was wondering how come I didn't how come I didn't see that. I did not get a notification, and they don't let you highlight that. But shout out to you. Much love. Much love for that. Shout out to you. And like I said, shout out to the other folks directly out here that, threw donations directly in the chat as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. That's dope. That is actually pretty dope. Pretty dope. I was wondering what that was. I'm like, yo, what is that? What is that dog sitting there in the chat? Like, yo, that threw me up. But shout out. Much love to you. Much love. Much love. I'm glad I noticed that before I went to the search. Yo, it's crazy. You still here? You let me give you a little bit of, hold on, I got you. Hold on, I got you. Let me do it like this. Because this is the attention that you want. This is how small of a person that you are. That you can't get attention in real life. The women that you're around, or your significant other, or even your family, or maybe even your kids, or even your dog, pets, or whatever it is. So you come directly here, you sit in a live stream trying to gather and get attention for about a good 4 hours. So like I said, this is what you wanted. This is what you, and you said, my wife, like I said, I don't even know what to believe on that. Like I said, people come up here and they lie all the time. They lie all the time when it deals with stuff that they do in real life. So like I said, you're sitting up here saying that you got an Asian wife. All right. Okay. Like who this is my thing though. Who specifically cared about your situation? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like who specifically actually cares? Like nobody in chat basically asked. Nobody was looking for this type of information. Like I said, you just randomly decided to drop that as if it was just some truth bomb. Don't nobody care. Don't nobody care. Don't nobody care at all. This man Mo was like the Bermuda Triangle can never be filled. Like I said, that's crazy. Like I said to the white folks out there, if you don't got nothing nice to say, just don't say nothing. That's all you got to do. Just don't say nothing at all. You can just sit directly in the back and enjoy the show. You don't gotta say nothing at all. Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Like I said, moderators packing y'all up. One comment directly at a time. But let me go back to what somebody was saying. They said earlier that they wanted to see stuff about sundown towns. I got you. I gotta actually get a snapshot of the brother's channel real quick. Let me see. I gotta go through. We got Sister Lisa up there. We got Dan Calloway. We got D Money up here. Brother Reigns. There we go. Let me just highlight the brother's channel. Right. So if at any point in time you want to happen to see anything about sundown towns and and things that of that sort, you can go directly to this brother's channel. What's the terminology that people like to use? Comprehensive, like reviews and videos. He got all that. He did full on. Let me see. I think I gotta take that and do that. Yeah. So if you go to this brother's channel right here, Brother Reigns, and you go check him out. You can go follow, subscribe, and like and share his content. If I go through right now, I want to say I think he should have a playlist. Let me see. I think he got a playlist for the Sundown Towns, right? Yeah, he got a 31 video playlist for Black massacres. So he got all that. So if you want to specifically go directly there, then on top of that, you got the Black Massacre series. Then on top of that, you got the Sundown Town series, which is filled with 102 videos. So like I said before, he got all the videos that you basically need and more. So if you want to get educated directly on that, you can go directly to this brother's channel and you can look all of that information up. Like I said, you can like, share, and subscribe. You know, let me see, what was it? Mo said the Lord has his chosen servants who may show grace or enact the anger of the Brother Reigns, the brother. For me, I say Brother Reigns because I ended up butchering people's names. And again, like I said, I've been saying this for years. It's not on purpose because in my mind, it'll read one thing. And then when I pronounce it, it'll say something else. So I'm like, I'm going to go with the easier part. So I will not sit up there and butcher somebody's name. So, I've been doing that for years now. Because I'm like, Lord, it's like one time I had it and then it just reverted into default setting of like, yeah, I think this is what it is. So, yeah. But yeah, Brother Reigns, like I said, great content creator, got a lot of content directly out there. Like I said, even if you ain't trying to, see anything about Sundown Towns and any of the information, got all types of videos, all types of live streams and collaborations, that he has done as well. Shauna was like, hey, all the mods and Seiji got time today. Yo. Sham was like, LOL, Jim, good for you and your wife. I don't know why you broadcasting your business like that, but we're happy for you if you're happy. J May said, I'm saying there's some towns in my county I don't even go to. Oh no, I got you. What I would tell you, I'll tell you this. Like, again, I know that a lot of people are not even into social media and stuff like that, but you can use AI voices to basically, you can write a script in AI voices. The information that you have specific to your location, you could put that directly out there so that other people can also understand and know, what's going on there. Like I said, even if it gets, 1, 5, or even like 10 views, that's better than nothing. That's better than zeros. Again, somebody's going to come across that content and that's going to, teach people something. What was it? Original said, when you save someone from their own defeat, they'll believe that they were right all along. Sham said, hell, even Hawaii has sundown towns. I think almost all states have them. That's crazy. What you said? Check Discord? Okay, I got you. I gotta open this up. I barely be looking at Discord from time to time. Shout out to Ty. Shauna said, hey, Sergi, by the way, I sent you a video to your email because I don't have social media. Okay, I got you. I'm going to have to go through and check my emails there. So it look like accounts you've blocked or ignored. I don't know nothing about that. Let's go to the man Ty. Okay. Yeah. I think did we use this before? Did I do the video on the hate groups? I Forgot it should have been one of them. I gotta let me see. Copy. Let me see. Copy link. Just do that. I don't think I'll be able to actually post it because I'm using StreamYard though. It's a lot easier to sit up there and do it off of yeah, I want to say we should have. I think we did this some years ago because this map is looking real familiar. This map is looking real familiar right now. Let me see. Send out towns by state, history of social justice, historical database. Yeah, this is looking real familiar. I might have to sit up there and post them, sitting up here getting notifications for Xbox right now. Let me see. Shout out to Ty. I might have to do a solo video. I might just do that. Or that'll be a whole nother live stream. Matter of fact, I got you, Ty. I'm gonna figure something out. I'll either do this, use both of these links that you sent for a solo video, or I'll probably do it for just a very specific live stream where we detailing and going over this. Because then I can tag this up with the book that I got as well too. Talking about the stuff that happened in various towns. So yeah, that you might have just gave me an idea. Like I said, that's why I love my mods. Like I said, a lot of stuff I might not even be focused directly on. Then they happen to throw something directly up in there. I'm like, oh snap! I just had an epiphany right now. A light bulb just came directly on. Like I said, shout out to my mods. Shout out to my mods doing the Lord's work, both seen and unseen. Let me see. Shem was like, I don't know why people think sundown towns are gone. You real out of touch if you think that. Yep. Ty said it was the hate groups. Okay, so it was the hate groups. Okay. Because I'm like, this map look real familiar. Like, yo, this map look real familiar right now. All right, okay. J May said, put Samoans. Yeah, Samoans don't like nobody. Well, over there, like I said, I don't know. It's a lot of different stuff dealing with like Samoans and stuff. So it's a lot of different stuff. Maine said just came across your channel today, and I love the conversation you're having. I tried to have similar convos with my bros, but a lot of them ain't trying to hear. I mean, it'd be like that. What I've learned is that you gotta let people, come around. They'll figure out on their own, like either sooner or later, but they will sit up there and figure it out. You'll run into a lot of instances where you have family or Mickey. If you don't be quiet, that's my cat in the background. If you'll run into a lot of instances where you'll have family and friends that's not really trying to entertain these conversations. They would rather entertain foolishness or gossip and stuff like that. So I would say it's in a sense best to pull back on the amount of energy that you in a sense give. Like I said before, it's like, hey, this is why I told people before that I'm a little bit more reserved, when it deals with conversations, because I understand, what people have the energy for and what they don't. And like I said, this is why I just let people talk. I'm like, hey, you got it. But then, if you're with people who are able to have those conversations and who are there, it's like, hey, we can just sit up there and talk until, the moon comes up or whatever. So, but yeah, it'll, it's tough. Because sometimes you want to educate people, you really want to have, those types of conversations, and other people are like, nah, I'm missing with that. They start throwing up the Heisman. So yeah. Sham said, I know one thing, the midterms is showing y'all Republicans about to lose them seats. So y'all getting more bold with y'all racism. It's all right. I got that trap card waiting on y'all. Every time, let me tell you this woman. Let me tell you something. Shauna said they are very wrong. Let me see. Shauna said, well, can we say that because they're all really something? Well, he said bang with what's the comedian and Kevin Hart really heavy, but that's the only one I know, so maybe I can't say that. I think I know you. You said Rock Emmett, I think. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. Sham also said, LMAO, evening, Mickey. You said that he gotta pay attention to you right now. He got you locked out of the room, having all the fun with us. Nah, he's normally sitting up there crying. That's what May doesn't cry. Mickey is always crying directly at the doors if he don't get attention. I see him every single morning, feed him, give him water, everything. You literally got a playmate downstairs, and he picks during the time that I'm doing videos or live streams that he want to start crying. Crazy work. It's diabolical. Still crying directly at the door. Oh my God. And he understands English. I kid you not. He understands. You tell him to be quiet, he'll start sitting up there saying no. I'm like, all right. And I'm like, that's why you're outside. But anyways, the rabbit said, and you just gonna get louder? Come on. Lord. All right. Rabbit says Samoans don't like anybody except for white people. Just look at Dwayne the White Rock Johnson. That's crazy. J-Man said most people just trying to survive these days. Yep. Ty said Rogue never really cries unless he wants food or attention. Ray just meows for the heck of it. Yeah. Like I said, May, the girl, she don't really have no problem. Like she starts getting like, amped up when it deals with like treats. She wants treats all the time. But pretty much that's it. She'll go into like a little cubby hole or she'll just lie down somewhere and she's fine. Mickey is just like, yeah, you just about to give me attention. It's like, I'm bored, attention. I just ate food, attention. I'm lying here sunbathing, attention. Now I'm at the door crying, attention. Great. That's what I get for holding him when he was young. That's what I get. It's my fault. That's what I get to do with. Shauna said The Rock. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Kevin Hart and The Rock. Yeah. Shem said, I don't know about that. I met some Samoans that rock with black folks though too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's on some like 50-50 type of, it's like it's too much to try to figure out. Moses Seji, what do you think about the Backroom movie that's coming out? Wait, Backroom? I don't even know anything about that. Let me see. Oh, I think I did see this this video, I think. Let me see. I can't turn the volume on up. Try to look at the trailer. This looks like it reminds me of something from like Black Mirror or something. Like I'm trying to remember because like just off of the premise of this of like this random room, I swear there was an episode of Black Mirror that was like, was it like a grocery store or something? I forgot, but that's what the vibes of it. That's what it's giving me. Shem was at LOL. I can't even close the door with my Mickey. He's 3 feet and 26 pounds. He'll just push the door and turn the knob and open it. Yeah, that's what happens when you got those bigger animals. Yeah. J-Man said cats are the boss. Applesauce. Yo. Kevin Ford said it's one of the times primarily white. I don't even go out after dark. Some places are just full of predators. Sham said he comes in the room like he pays bills, looks at me like what I tell you about having closed doors. So I said they're set on a schedule though. At 9:50, they're prepared for a nap. They get up at 1 and act up until 10. Yeah, I think they got a schedule too, their own schedule. But yeah. Like I said, they like crying. Well, he likes crying. Shauna said, oh yeah, I forgot about the Samoan brothers and one of the brothers married to a black girl in WWE. Yeah. Third said, movies today suck. I haven't been to the movies in months. Not sure when I'll go again. Shem said, I know of an all-white sundown town that is so terrible that they prey upon white outsiders too. So that happens, especially when the town is really poor. Ooh, that's crazy. That was like the Usos. Yep. Shauna said, yeah, that's right. Thank you. And yes. Kevin said, overnight is just not really good for anyone. I can't imagine being a woman wanting to walk around at night. Ty said, not even going to let you try it. Oh, you talking about the person above? Yeah. Like I said, people just sit up there and start writing some stuff directly up in there. Like I said, Johnny come latelys. That's exactly what we're dealing with at this moment in time. But yeah, we've been going for about like 4 hours and 34 minutes. But before I go, be looking at the trailer that you were talking about, the back room. That's what it reminds me of. It specifically reminds me of a. Let me see, my bag got caught up. Who was that at the end of the hallway? This man pulled out a classic VHS cam recorder. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, straight maze. Like I said, my bad. If anybody just coming in here, I'm looking at the trailer for back rooms. So that's why I'm a little bit, like Paul's not saying that at the moment. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it looks like a combination of like a few different movies. That's crazy. Like I said, it seems interesting. Seem interesting. Interesting. Lord, words. Shauna said it's been fun though. Sham said LO, especially on trails. I'll be like, why are you out here at night on the trails? It got bad that I think you said the owners closed the trail at 8 p.m. to everyone. Ooh. Shauna said you better watch, like Medea said, you better watch. Sam said nature and the light is already scarier. You're going to add night to the mix. Some women have no damn survival instincts. That's facts. Mo said, I believe the government opened a CERN portal at SEIJIHITO. Oh, yeah, they probably do. And we will, I guess, know about or figure out those after effects later, if possible. Like I said, it took us a minute to get through the whole Mandela effect and the whole pandemic brain. Like I said, a whole bunch of stuff. Shout out to Florida and the portals that were opened up there. But like I said, we'll figure it out. Hopefully, we don't get anything looking like the mist, because you know how scientists like to mess up some stuff. Also shout out to Peacemaker. They were basically, talking about portals, aka doors, to other, dimensions and realities and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, they, they'll throw a lot of things directly up out there as entertainment, and in order to let people know certain stuff, because that's what they got to do. But anyways, Mo said, well, the lore hints to that. J May said, I can see the truck drivers for being worried, but who in the world is going to be driving through these pod duck towns? Gotcha. That's bars. Anyways, much love, respects, and appreciation for all of those who pulled directly up to the scene to listen to the conversation, to be a part of the conversation. Much love to anybody who donated directly to the platform, to any jewels. Shout out to any super chats. Shout out to any of the members. Shout out to anybody who hit up the Cash App. Shout out to anybody who's a part of the Patreon as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation to all of my many mods directly up out here who do the Lord's work, both seen and unseen. Shout out to you guys being a part of the conversation, being here every single day. Couldn't do what it is that I do other people like you. Shout out to William Shatner. And shout out to the trolls and anybody new, just so happened to, come directly by the platform. That's crazy. Actually, we had quite a bit of folks pull up to the live stream. Like I said, shout out to those folks. Matter of fact, let me just look at some numbers real quick because I'm looking on the background side. But that was a previous live stream. Where we at? I was looking at numbers from that. Ooh, that's crazy. So that's why I was looking like that. So on one end, we had about a good 14K pulled directly up. Shout out to those folks, pulling directly up and, just seeing what it was. And on the other end, like I said, it'd be iffy sometimes when it deals with the stuff. And on the other end, we had a nice 8K directly on the scene. Shout out to them. So, shout out to overall close to 20. Wait, hold on. 22K directly up there. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of those folks in combination. Even though I know they're not going to be here to get that, but it'd be like that. Like I said, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Todd said, Sham, go get some rest. That is facts. Please get some rest and take care of yourself. Please, please, please. What was it? Third Eye said it was supposed to be the Antarctic. Maine said, "Yerp." Fountain said, "Peace out, folks." What was it? Oh, Stardew Valley. Yeah, Sham be no life in those games. Let me tell you, Stardew Valley and a few other games, Sham be no life in those games. Let me tell you something. She be out here in those gaming streets. She be out here. Let me tell you. That's the same way I feel about Crimson Desert. I just be out here in these Crimson Desert streets. Get beat by these bosses. Shauna said, Miles, I love y'all and good night. I just forgot about that. It is pretty late right now because we've been going for quite so long. So yeah. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Peace out. I'll catch you guys in the next video and or live stream, and we will have a video coming directly up that I do have loaded. I'll just let the live stream sit and rest for a minute, and I'll probably put up that video. I'll have it up there for around like 7. So that's when the next video will be posted, and then I'll probably have a part 2 to the video as well a little bit later. So let me just make sure, because I want to make sure I got everything basically set directly for you guys and I don't miss a beat. And we should be set for 7. Yep. All right, so we got that set directly up there. And we'll have some more videos throughout the night and the morning as well too. So again, much love, respect, and appreciation, and I will catch you guys in the next video and live stream. Shan was like, love y'all too. Be safe and y'all eat well. Bars. D Money, I think, threw some peace signs directly up there. I can't really see it because I'm looking for StreamYard. Much love. Peace out.